यार ये 1,500 लोग जुड़े हुए So, hello Utkarsha, I'm here.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Very good evening, everyone. On behalf of Team Just Agriculture and Agro-Environmental Education and Farmer Welfare Society Punjab, I, Ruchika Chaudhary, cordially welcomes you all to the first session of Agriculture 5.0, 15 Days International Training Come Workshop Program on Next Level Approach Towards Smart Farming Innovations and Agripreneurship. This program has been organized jointly by Just Agriculture Magazine, VNMKV Parbhani, and Agro-Environmental Education and Farmer Welfare Society. I am very glad to announce that our co-partners for this program are more than 20, and I must congratulate Team Just Agriculture for organizing such insightful training programs at regular intervals and for collaborating with such prestigious universities within such a short span of time. I would also like to appreciate our co-organizers who are Nahep, National Medicinal Plants Board, MPUT Udaipur, and Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal. Before coming to the session, let me brief our participants about the organizers of this program. Just Agriculture is India's largest agri-professionals platform with more than 5.5 lakh readers across the world. It offers a prodigious platform for researchers, students, scientists, and other agriculture professionals to share the latest agri-innovations. The first issue of the magazine was launched on 5th September 2020, and it has provided a platform for academicians, researchers to publish their research. Now coming to the session, today I feel privileged to welcome Dr. Arun Chandan. Before inviting Sir to deliver his lecture, let me briefly introduce Sir to our participants. Dr. Arun Chandan is currently working as Regional Director of Regional Facilitation Center, Northern Region 1 of the National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to work on medicinal plants sector activities in 7 North Indian states, including Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, UP, Haryana, Punjab, Chandigarh, and Delhi. He is a qualified medical specialist in Ayurvedic medicine and surgery and has a doctorate degree. He has worked on convergence models in medicinal plants, traditional systems of healthcare services in government and non-government sectors in India, with extensive experience in project management and policy planning, advocacy monitoring, evaluation, governance, and gender. He had been the executive director of Mountain Forum Himalayas, and he had served as secretary to a high-powered committee constituted by Himachal Pradesh government. Sir had worked as secretary cum director of Society for Environmental and Rural Awakening and successfully accomplished a number of projects on medicinal plants, environment, natural resource management, health, traditional medicine, biodiversity conservation, and integrated rural development activities in Changar area. Sir first time introduced and utilized the traditional popular folk drama, popularly known as Bhagat, along with the famous Bhagatiya artist Sri Vishwanath Yogi Bisoram and his team for mass awareness on safe drinking water, sanitation, and HIV/AIDS. He has a keen interest in biodiversity conservation and management with a special focus on local knowledge, ecosystems, agro and medicinal aspects of biodiversity. He has been involved in PBR preparation, documentation of local healers. Sir has been an important partner of the National Innovation Foundation, Ahmedabad, and Honeybee Network. Since his childhood, Sir has remained active in print journalism and contributed articles in regional and national dailies and magazines. He has good project management skills with exceptional knowledge and skills in mainstreaming gender in program designing, management, monitoring, and evaluation, including the application of institutional standards with a long international experience in assessment, program development, evaluation, project proposal, and skills with budget development and budget monitoring. Over to you, sir. I welcome you.
Thank you, Ruchika. And my sincere thanks to Dr. DPS Badwal, Utkarsh, and all team at Just Agriculture. I'm sure I'm audible properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be in this very important international program. Uh, and you know, medicinal plant sector has come up as an alternate to a number of agricultural crops or the objectives of the conference like smart farming and all that. So in my this brief presentation or a lecture with you, I will be taking you to the sector of medicinal plants, its current situation and scope, and I will be dealing with various components of supply chain management and throwing in front of you a number of opportunities in this sector, giving you the entire scenario of the sector. So once again, thank you all. And let me just start my presentation. So can you see my screen now? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, Ruchika, thank you. So I will be speaking on Indian medicinal plant sector challenges and opportunities. Again, I am presenting this presentation on behalf of National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Definitely, I will be speaking of some of the schemes of the board which are now available in the country. And recently, we have started a new scheme of an integrated model of doing cultivation at a cluster level, going for value addition, processing, and all that. So I will be talking to you all on all these aspects. So I'll just refer one famous quotation that comes from Ashtang Sangraha, that is Bhagavad, which is popularly known as. So this has written as Uchito Yasya Deshasya Tajyam Tasya Aushadamitam. So this is an important quote saying that कि जो आदमी जहां जन्म लेता है उसको होने वाली बीमारियों का जो सोल्यूशन है, उसके जो समाधान है, वो उसके आसपास ही मिलते हैं. The medicines locally available in immediate surroundings will be suitable for the person, for the patient of the particular area, even if he resides in other places. The medicines of similar origin and properties should be used for him. You know what we are talking of आज की डेट में in the today's context we are talking of village ecological system or ecology and whatnot. So all these things, they have been well defined in Atharva Veda. So this quotation says that the locally available sources are always important for the patients or for the diseases they occur in a particular area. Even if you see the disease burden of this country or even your particular area, you will find that majority of the medicinal plants which are found in that area, they may be useful or they are always useful in treating certain diseases. It's not 100%, but 60 to 70% diseases. You speak of waterborne diseases, you speak of other diseases, so they are treatable with the locally available resource. So this is one part we are talking of. If you see 80% of world's population that depends on medicinal plants for their healthcare needs, because they are affordable and accessible even to the poor people. And let me tell you, Ayush. So you may be knowing Ayush, this is a ministry which came into being in 2014, just after Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji became Prime Minister of India. Earlier, before to this formation of this new ministry, Ayush was the department. It was Department of Indian Systems of Medicine or Department of Ayurveda under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And it is interesting to tell you that only 3 to 4% of the total budget of healthcare of this country was given to this system. And this is first time that Ayush system in 2014 started getting Prime Minister announced one national Ayush mission and 5,000 crores of rupees were given for the for running or promoting these Ayush systems in this country. A stands for Ayurveda, Y for Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani for U for Unani, S for Siddha, and H for Homeopathy. You know, one new system has been recently introduced, that is Swarigpa. So Swarigpa is a system which is practiced in Lahaul Spiti area of Himachal Pradesh, Ladakh area. Popularly, the practitioners of this system are known as Amchi there. So locally we call it Bhod system of medicine, and now the refined form you can see as a Tibetan system of medicine. So in addition to that, there is a knowledge which gets passes from generation to generation that I personally call it as a Lok Ayurveda, and it is now had got very good attention now, and people have started thinking to conserve this as medicinal plants. They are becoming most interesting fact in the field of agriculture. Secondly, plant-based medicines have their holistic and preventive healthcare values along with their nutritional values. I would like to highlight two things here. They may be interesting for you because 2017 December and 2018 December, two new notifications they were placed they were passed by the Lok Sabha or the concerned statutory agencies. 44 medicinal plants, they were brought under FSSAI, Food Standards Authority of India. And the benefit of that was that 440 medicinal plants can be processed and sold as food supplements. Secondly, one can go for nutraceutical preparation out of these medicinal plants. Second amendment which came into being was of the phytomedicine. So if you are able to prove certain molecules, certain phytoconstituents in a combination of herbs, not less than 3, then you can list that medicine under phytomedicine. So this is different of the Ayush medicine. So due to the statutory requirements, these were the new things which has been recently happened. And if you see the raw material basis, medicinal plants they form the major resource base. 90% of the indigenous healthcare traditions, whatever we are talking of now, they are based on medicinal plants, and this is a unexplored potential area to work in future. And you see what is traditional medicine. Important is basically knowledge of plant genetic resources and traditional cultural expressions. One thing which is very much interesting, that global demand of traditional medicine and associated products has risen significantly, and protection of plant genetic resources and traditional cultural expression, languages, health practices, rituals, customs, religious practices, and protection practices of natural resources has got attention now. People have started thinking seriously on these things. And you see, there is a threat now because the knowledge holder of this traditional knowledge or the knowledge providers, they are vulnerable to misappropriation now because they are at one side facing challenges of sustainability. On the other side, there is a threat of the stealing of the knowledge by the so-called scientific community, you can say. To protect that all, National Biodiversity Act came into being in 2002. In 2014, Nagoya Protocol just attracted the country's attention that protection, access and benefit sharing, ABS, this is actually required. And the reason was that anything which is grown or cultivated from the nature, from the wild, collected from the wild, is required to be brought under this excess benefit sharing. That means the certain percentage of the royalty should go back to the communities. This is a serious issue which was taken up by the governments, and as a result, this policy came into being, National Intellectual Property Rights Policy 2016. Great impetus on commercial value of traditional medicine knowledge was given on that. If you see the global demand of medicinal plants, we were just observing, observing the journey from 2000 to 2015. It was projected that the average expected rise in this medicinal plants raw material demand globally was rising with an rise of 7% per annum. And we were expecting that in 2050, it will become a US 5 trillion economy. But surprisingly, this has multiplied post-COVID situation. During COVID, huge demand has been received from not only within India, but outside India also. And this has grown to 35 to 37% now. So this is a huge growth which has been observed in this sector, which is highest ever in the last 100 years, you can say. So, and if you see the demand side of this sector, we are using in Indian systems of medicine, we are using around 2,500 species. Ayurveda, we use around 1,587. Siddha, 1128. You may be knowing Siddha system of medicine. See, all these systems are around 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Siddha it is practiced in Dravidian culture. So mostly it is practiced in Tamil Nadu and surrounding areas. The practitioners of medicine which practice Siddha medicine, it's a specific way of processing medicine. They are known as Siddhars. Unani is again using 503 species. Swarigpa is using 253 species. Rigpa, again, I told you the system which is practiced in Ladakh area and has a system placed under Tibetan government in exile in Dharamshala and in various parts of the country or even other countries also. They mostly use Himalayan medicinal plants. So these 253 species, if I speak of, they are most Himalayan and the species which come under the category of rare, endangered, and threatened. They are important plants. Homeopathy, we are using 468 species. In Western medicine, in allopathic system medicine, 192 species are there, which finds their way for the manufacturing of medicines there. Now, you may be interesting to know that what are the segments actually where this herbal raw material actually goes. If I speak of Indian herbal market, one segment is we are using this raw material in Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and homeopathic formulations. And you know, new jargon, new activity, new this thing has come, wellness. So this in the wellness segment, if you see the oils, if you see the various other nutritious herbal compounds which are being manufactured, so they come under this category. Phyto botanical medicine, I told you, new categories has come in. So proprietary ethical OTC medicines, for example, Leaf 52, you may be knowing. So they all consume number of raw materials which are even collected from the wild, and now it is being now cultivated. Then comes herbal cosmetic, herbal teas and functional foods, nutraceutical food supplements, Ayurvedic ahar. See, this is a new category which has been very recently announced. In 2022 June, Honorable Prime Minister under a global investors meet which was happened in Ahmedabad, he declared a new category of Ayurvedic food. See, this has happened because outside India, when the studies were done, you may have seen a lot of papers, those have been published in nutraceutical and food popular journals, that the death rate which occurred in India, when it was compared with US and European countries, the death rate in India was less, despite the fact we don't have much well-knit network of healthcare services if we compare it with US and all. So everyone came to know that it was typical and precious ahar, food of Indian communities. And as well as the ingredients which Indians use to make, particularly spices. So if I speak of the raw material which we consume in Ayurvedic industry, 48% raw material is in the shape of the spices. So the spices, they are ingredient of Ayurvedic medicine as well. So keeping in view all these things, this new category has been introduced under food safety, standard safety, this thing, FSSAI. Now, any entrepreneur can start a business of making Ayurvedic ahar. And it's an interesting subject. What is Ayurvedic ahar? Again, the culinary food we are using, the food which is mentioned in Ayurveda, the Rasayana solutions or the nutritional food which has been mentioned in Ayurveda, classical books of Ayurveda. And interesting to note that around 78 classical books of Ayurveda, they have been listed for the formulations taken from those books can be taken for preparation of Ayurvedic ahar. You see, this is an area where we can do a lot of work, we can do a lot of entrepreneurship, business, startups. We can take formulations from them, we can validate them, we can infuse technology, we can retort the certain foods, we can go for certain fortifications in the food, then we can take it to the market, international market. Sky is the limit for it. Extracts, phytochemicals, resins and gums is another area. It's a big segment. You may be knowing about Acacia nilotica, Kikar, which is popularly found in Punjab or other plains areas. You may be knowing that some resin is taken out of this Kikar, but you may not be knowing that this resin, Kikar resin, is the largest selling laxative in US. I recently saw a report of US FDA. They have permitted it to be consumed for removal of constipation, because 99% it get dissolved in water, and this is a very potent constipation removal ingredient. So similarly, I was recently referring US FDA, Opuntia, you may be knowing about. Opuntia is a weed, is a plant which is a cactus which we hardly use it. It has very interesting flower on the top of it. So what they are doing is they are separating one molecule out of Opuntia, and for fast weight reduction, they're using the extract of this plant. So number of species are there which are finding their ways to market out of India. You take example of guar gum, Google, a number of plants are there. And another segment is flavors and fragrances. Then is aromatic oils and aromatherapy, culinary herbs and spices. I already told you. Veterinary medicine, veterinary herbal products is there. So it's a big segment again. And Ministry of Ayush has come up with a first formulary of veterinary medicine. And if I speak of classical Ayurvedic books and texts, there is a branch independently dealing with veterinary healthcare that is known as Ashu Ayurveda. On the other side, if you go to the rural areas, still there are practitioners, there are healers who are expert in treating veterinary healthcare. They're skilled in that. So, and in most of the cases, the first preference of the communities in the villages for veterinary care is those healers who actually prepare medicines based on the herbal raw material. Now, I'll take to a small journey of the value chain components of this sector, which will again throw some light on the possibilities, challenges, or the areas where this course can actually help. This is the entrepreneurship who are here, who are attending this course. They may think of starting something new, innovative, or some new startup or something like that. So I will be speaking about, this is a line which deals with the medicinal plant sector. Above side, I am talking of wild collection. Wild collection means the plants which are collected from the wild. They are not cultivated. Downside, I will be talking of cultivation. Let us deal first issue of wild collection. You know what has happened? The 2,500 species I mentioned in my previous slide. As I told you, 75 to 80% collection is done from the wild. And you see this, the practice of collection for raw material for medicinal plants from the wild is basically unsustainable harvesting. So people are not following the rules or the requirements which are actually needed to sustainably harvest these species. They are extracting number of medicinal herbs before time. They are not letting them to regenerate themselves. They are harvesting them before time. So the result has been that if I speak of Himalayan region, Uttarakhand, Himachal, and so on, so around 56 species of medicinal plants, they have entered into the category of IUCN list of rare, endangered, and threatened category. So this is an alarming stage. And similarly, other species also. If I take example of Punjab or Madhya Pradesh or Haryana and all that, certain medicinal plants are there which are found, which are even considered weeds there, but still they are collected or gathered by the people. You take example in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, or the tribal people who are there involved into that. So dealing with this situation and to cope up with the species, to reduce the species which are going under the category of RET, Ministry of Ayush and National Medicinal Plants Board introduced a GFCP scheme. This is a scheme for, these are the protocols for good field collection practices. So National Medicinal Plants help the farmers, farmer groups, farmer producer companies to come forward to go go for GFCP certification. This is a voluntary certification scheme initiated by National Medicinal Plant Board, where we are helping the Quality Council of India. We are helping farmers to get this the benefit of this scheme free of cost. So they are provided training and on-site verifications are done. And in the last certificate is issued for a wild collected species, which is harvested in India. They are speaking of traceability. They want to know where it was grown, from where it was collected. Do the communities have the rights to collect them, or are they dealing with the sustainability issues and all that? So All these things, they are that is taken care by the ministry. And last thing which we are taking care is basically now, as far as I feel, the last resort remains that the collection from the wild, it should be rest with only biodiversity management committees. So these are the committees which have been constituted by state biodiversity boards under the umbrella of National Biodiversity Authority, to have a control on the bioresources so that they are harvested sustainably, and the people, they get the excess benefit sharing, or as well as they preserve their forests, or they preserve their private lands. If I speak of collection side, so there are again one protocol which is taken care by our office also, that is good agricultural practices. So for certain species, we have come out with a agro techniques of around 106 species. National medicinal plants deals with 140 species. Earlier, we used to provide subsidy to cultivate these medicinal plants, but now it's not been done. Now this has been taken back by the ministry. Thank you. But there are other schemes. Now, one integrated scheme has come in, as I told earlier. So the GAP and GFCP are the two protocols. Again, I would like to tell you that these are done with the Quality Council of India, and any farmer can take benefit of them. And GAPs are mandatory. This certificate is mandatory if you are interested to export any of your cultivated medicinal produce outside India. So, and this GAP and GFCP protocols, they are based on WHO GFCPs and GAPs. So the standards are according to WHO. So, and there are two most interesting areas in the sector of medicinal plants, because most of the people, I'm sure, attending this course, they are from the agriculture side. See, we are facing big challenge of QPM, quality and elite planting material, as far as the medicinal plant sector goes. Yeah, cultivars and varieties, of course, they are linked. So this is one area where any entrepreneurship can think to start, can select the list of the medicinal plants which are appropriate to the specific agroclimatic zone, and he can think to start production of quality planting material. He may use vegetative measures, he may think of seeds, he may think of biotechnology, he may think of anything, but the utter target may be the provision of quality and elite planting material to the people who are interested in cultivation. Let me tell you 2-3 examples here. We are dealing with the cultivation of ashwagandha and sarpgandha. So ashwagandha everyone knows, but sarpgandha is a RET species, Wolfia serpentina. So we are promoting its variety SR1. So this we have recently promoted around 100 acres of area in northern region of this country. So the production of quality planting material is an interesting area. The entrepreneur, the lady which we promoted to go for production of quality planting material, you will surprise that last year she did a business of 70 lakhs out of this. So you can imagine how fast the smart farming or the agriculture scenario is changing, and people are shifting to crops which are less in volume, high in price. So there are a number of species, those can be selected based on the agroclimatic conditions of a particular area, and accordingly one can think of starting planting material business based on the demand of that. And second thing which I would like to finish here is National Medicinal Plants Board, as this regional center in northern region, we are in touch with number of buyers actually. So even I would just give a call to just agriculture also, so that we can have certain buyer seller deals. Under Contract Farming Act, we can bring certain buyers who can pay. First of all, let us fix up the price of the crop, and then let us enter into some MOU, and then let us go for large scale cultivation. Here again, I would like to highlight that there are certain cases of harvest time seasonality I referred earlier. There is one serious question of quality control. So I personally feel that there is a conflict between MSP and I say another MSP. That is minimum support price versus maximum selling price. See, number of people who are attending this course. So please just think seriously that if a farmer, if he goes for a established specific chemotype or genotype of a specific plant, and he goes for cultivation with that specific plant, and he is successful to raise those cultivations with a specific phytoconstituents in it, and he succeeds to do that. And you see, if the vidanoids in a particular ashwagandha crop, which is harvested recently, is higher than the routine or without any cultivar if someone is growing, so definitely that should fetch higher price for that. So our say on that, our call is on that let us think of maximum selling price to the farmers, and we are in a process to actually think on making an assessment of the quality of the produce which was done, which may be cultivated in a field based on spectrometry and NIR technology. So we are in a process to start an on-site quality assessment, quality certification of the crop, so that can be put for auction globally, e-auction globally on a virtual platform, and so that the farmers, they can get good price for their good quality produce. So because quality control is a major issue in this sector, because as I told you, there are 10,000 pharmaceutical companies operational in this country. They consume the entire raw material, and to approach them, to provide them good quality planting material, all these things are to be better plugged in a scientific manner. We have succeeded to link this with the converging with the existing government of India schemes or the regional schemes. So with Manrega and all that, we have succeeded to bring cultivation of medicinal plants under Manrega. One can go to the collector of the district and then to the BDO of that particular area, and they can just go in the Gram Sabha, and they can ask them to issue a master roll for cultivation of medicinal plants under Manrega. To refer that, you need to go to our website, nmpv.nic.in. You will find a MOU between Ministry of Rural Development and National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry Ayush. So using that, 60 medicinal plant species, they have been shortlisted for cultivation under Manrega. But certain deputy commissioners under Manrega Samagra, they can even relax the species. So local need-based species, if they are in demand, they can be taken under this category. The objective is how the cultivation of medicinal plants actually contribute to year-long livelihood assurance. So this is one part. Second part comes for the post-harvest management. Lot of challenges are there and lot of opportunities are there. Again, we are in a process to set up collection centers, Mandi network. One thing which I would like to tell you, just visit our website again, download our guidelines of CSS scheme. You will find that establishment of collection centers, drying storage sheds, cultivation, nursery, and all that. Now, one new scheme is there, integrated scheme. If you download the recent guidelines of our from our website, so just go to the page number 46. You will find the description of the scheme. So one can go for establishment of clusters for cultivation of medicinal plant. And if you further see the guidelines, we believe that the smaller size of the cluster should be 5 acres. It should be spread in a radius of 15 kilometers. So you can see how liberal is the scheme. You can think of going for setting up of a cluster for cultivation of medicinal plants, primary processing, post-harvest management, and value addition. All these things are covered there, and the financial support can go up to 1.2 crores. Yeah, it can be 1 crore 20 lakhs. So just go through the guidelines. Everything is very clearly defined. If you feel any difficulty, you can anytime contact us in that case. At the farmers part, we are even eager to look into for technological interventions, sorting ke liye, grading, drying, storage, transportation, etc. This is a gray area, my friends, let me tell you. You see, we have received a huge demand from companies or individuals outside India. Even the European or the Americans, they are very crazy to buy our crude raw material. They're interested to buy ashwagandha roots. They're interested to buy extracts, resins, and gums. And let me tell you one interesting thing. The first unicorn of Ayush, KMG 66 ashwagandha, is in big demand in US and America, in European countries. You see, in the recent past, a very huge hike has been found in nutraceuticals post-COVID situation and ashwagandha tops them all. Ashwagandha, you see that in the last 6 months, the growth of ashwagandha has been at the rate of 145%. Again, ashwagandha, making ashwagandha the top selling nutraceutical in the world. So you can imagine if you go for specific R&D, specific establishment, or even if you go for end-to-end solution, if you go for traceability, you cultivate your product, you value add it, you convert into a nutraceutical food supplement or Ayush product, and then you sell it. You see, globally, people are interested to go for buying with traceability and quality. So I think this is the key take-home message, that we should, even if you are interested in this sector, we can think to go for end-to-end solution, right from cultivation to marketing part. So we are into regulatory affairs also, trade regulation also. We are recommending certain policies and all that. We are into validation also. So we tell people how to value add the products, how to make them more valuable. So even semi-processing, product development, all that is taken care at our center. And as I told you, we operate in northern region, so we have MOUs and agreements with number of institutions like IHBT Palampur, IIIM Jammu, all other universities, central universities, where technological support can be taken. If you approach us, we can recommend you which can be an appropriate agency for you to connect with. Even pan India also, not an issue if you are from Karnataka or if you are from Andhra Pradesh, we are there used to support you, and we have our partner regional centers. Those are operating. We have total 7 partner centers in India. This is the 7th one. This is northern region, 1 center. So similarly, for, as I told you, the category of food supplements and Ayurvedic Ahar, we are facilitating entrepreneurship and startups through one incubation center, and you can think of certain innovative ideas under startup scheme. You can even think to start some startup related to this sector. We are into drug development also. We help the healers and the people who have outstanding traditional knowledge with them. So we help them to go for R&D and validation, or even go for toxicity and cell line study, so that they can even achieve the goal of developing a specific drug or something else. We have an online marketing platform. One can download it from Google Play Store. This is eChark online. So one can go for eChark, eChark.in, e-chark, as you are seeing here. So this is a website also. Interesting fact about this is that whatever I talked about, that the agro techniques of medicinal plants, you can download 3 volumes from there. You can get to know what are the agro techniques available. As I told you, we deal with 140 species. So simply you can get information about all these things. The scheme related to GFCP, GAP, you can download it from each other. You can download this application and get yourself registered. This is a website as well. And interestingly, we are providing mandi rates of the medicinal herbs which are sold in various mandis in India. So we are updating rates of that in our website. You can refer from them also. So there is a very good ecosystem in this country on startups and entrepreneurship. You can go to any incubation center with your idea. You can discuss your ideas with us. If you feel, we can let you know what can be the USP of yours. We are always there to help you in this case. My incubation center, you can always interact with us. So if I speak of the key stakeholders, we work with cultivators, collectors, supply chain intermediaries, industry, policymakers, research institutes, ISM practitioners, folk healers, international community. Cultivator, collector, yes. Common man, yes. Youth, yes. Women, yes. All other stakeholders we are working with. As I told you, 72% they are sourced from wild, and then 22% of the raw material which is consumed in this industry. The total volume is around 6 lakh metric ton. And you see, we have observed a stagnation in this consumption of raw material in Ayush industry, because same amount of raw materials that has been started consumption in nutraceutical and food supplement industry, and now we are facing a rise in food Ayurvedic Ahar also. So wild collection, cultivation, and yes, we are importing around 15 species outside India. We are getting them. And again, so if you see here, system-wise classification and consumption. So 1,178. These are the traded species, and 242 number of species are there in big demand, and the demand is more than 100 metric ton per year. These are 2014-15 figures. So now figures they may have been changed now as there is a huge rise in the demand. This is our voluntary certification scheme, as told you, GFCP and GAPs. This is available on our website and that application. So if I tell you the key thrust areas, our first area is conservation. It's not only cultivation, but we do promote conservation in forest, private forest, or anyone who is interested to conserve a specific species. To conserve this and promote cultivation, every year, National Medicinal Plants Board starts a campaign. This year, we are promoting ashwagandha at a large scale. We have given number of projects to the agencies, universities, and government departments. They are promoting saplings of ashwagandha and information and knowledge about ashwagandha. So then cultivation, yes, we are into cultivation. I told you 140 species are there. You can find details on our website. Research and development is another area. Quality assurance, marketing and trade, training and information education communication, and then international cooperation. So I'll just focus on research priorities. We are actually interested to further work on multiplication of rare, endangered, and threatened plants. One can do through tissue culture, vegetative measures, anything. And we are interested to make monographs and medicinal plants databases, bioactivity guided fractional studies. Yes, we are interested to do that. And then comes the sustainable harvesting, post-harvest management, intercropping, chemical and molecular profiling, then quality planting material, germplasm and genotype identification and conservation, authentication and standardization of crude drugs, finding out substitute for RAT. These are some of the areas under the component of R&D. You can visit our website, go to nmpb.nic.in, then go to center sector schemes and just go through all our segments of scheme. You will find further details. What other activities can be taken under research and development? Agro technology. You see what we are talking of. Recently, I was in University of Baba Farid University of Health Sciences in Faridkot, Punjab. So a new interesting this term has come out, that was agriculture medicine. Because without having handshaking with agriculture, medicinal plants people cannot achieve anything, because to meet out the rising demand of raw material of medicinal plants, it must go to the people who are into agriculture. So let us start this thing, let us start new thing, let us start, or even if you have experiences, let us share them to take this idea further. This is about our marketing intervention each year. We do have a national helpline, 1-800-120-5778. This is a national helpline, and similarly you can just visit eCherak.in, NMPB helpline, and you can register yourself, and you can get any information about value chain, medicinal plants, nursery, quality planting material, cultivation, plant this protection, post-harvest management, marketing, etc. So this is run by the headquarter, and any calls related to us will be shifted to us. This is a small journal we bring out monthly. This is a magazine, 8-page magazine in Hindi. So we share good experiences and failures in medicinal plant sector to motivate farmers and youth, so that they learn good things about it. So these are some of the cultivars developed by various agencies. So you can find them out. So it will be listed shortly on our website as well. Seeds, yes, we are interested into exchange of seeds of medicinal plants of good quality germplasm. So number of areas can be there to work on this in future. From the entrepreneurship and even startup idea, these are some of the activities which can be done. As they can come together to approach these clusters and approach our office to go for getting financial support for this or any technical support. Yes, we are thinking of even we have in pipeline setting up establishing collection centers and regional mandis to facilitate the produce of the farmers and the industry. Sustainable livelihood opportunities, youth and women, I told you earlier. Startup ecosystem schemes, Atal Innovation Yojana, MSME. We have an MOU with the Ministry of MSME also. So you can take advantage of all these schemes. Convergence, dovetailing of the schemes, There are schemes under bilateral funding also in various states. Those can be approached for this. So these are the three important plants I would like to share with you. Information on Ephedra geradiana. This is Somlata. It is believed that this is the same Somlata. The Somras, the gods they used to drink. So that was probably prepared out of this plant. This is a plant which is found in high altitude area, cold desert area. Ephedrine is taken out of it, but this is a plant which is consumed by the industry in IU system. Then comes the next plant is Sivakthorn. So this is again the plant of cold desert area. It's a complete food. It's a highly nutritious plant. The berries, lay berries, it's known as lay berry also. Second plant is this Ginkgo biloba. This is a oldest fossil plant of this universe. Although it's a Chinese plant, but the extract of leaves is used in Alzheimer's disease and other geriatric diseases, memory loss, and all that. So we are promoting cultivation of these plants as well, including ashwagandha, Picrorhiza curua, all Himalayan plants which are in big demand are in the category of RET. And so this is all about this medicinal plant sector in India. So if you have any questions, I am ready to take questions. So you can ask your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ruchika? No, so only the Gopal Krishna ji ne question he has asked a question that cannabis, yeah, it's not legally permitted for cultivation. Only some permissions they have been given for cultivation of cannabis in Uttarakhand. Himachal is thinking on that. So that is basically for the purpose of fiber and for medicinal purpose, for R&D purpose. It's being given. So there are a lot of controversy because it comes under NDPS and a number of ministries are involved in it. But that is still, we can't say that it's not permitted. Yeah. So I'm getting some questions. So Vatsala, sorry.
Sir, there is a question from Subrami Reddy. Sir, he's asking who will give certification for these medicinal plants?
Certification of cultivation of medicinal plants or what?
Sir, they are generally asking certification of medicinal plants.
See, if you speak of certification of medicinal plants, let me tell you that as I told you, Quality Council of India is an agency which has been authorized by Government of India. Quality Council of India can issue certificate for, as I told you, GFCP and GACP protocols. They are eligible for that. But there are other agencies like SGS and other agencies who were responsible to issue certification of medicinal plants for the status of being organically grown. So on the other side, there are around 30 agencies which were listed on APEDA. But some of them, they have been blacklisted. But still, in case of Punjab Agro, they are into certification and all that. But officially, I would say that Quality Council of India can be approached for any certification.
Sir, next question is, sir, what is the scope of tissue culture in medicinal orchids for mass propagation?
Huge scope. See, most of the precious plants under the category of Ashwarga, they are orchids. So, see, people speak of many things about it, but when it comes to the mass multiplication, we don't have quality planting material now. So I always see a very huge scope for tissue culture in medicinal plants and particularly in orchids.
Sir, there's a question from Tamila Rasu. This question is, aloe vera farm, sir, can aloe vera farming can get government subsidy?
No. It has been discouraged. See, if you see the agroeconomics of aloe vera, so if you are doing in less small volume, it's not profitable. But yes, I used a term in my presentation, end-to-end solution. See, if you are growing aloe vera and try to make your own products and you sell the products, it is profitable. See, what happens is in India, most of the farmers, they go for cultivation of aloe vera. And what they will do is they will start blaming the government that no buyer is there, because they will not get very good price for aloe vera. It will hardly be 3 to 4 rupees per kilo. And you see, it again depends on the quality of soil. The size of the leaf varies in soils, basically. So we generally do not advise it, but if you plan to have an end-to-end solution, if she want to make establish a small cosmetic manufacturing unit, she can start growing it, and then she can go for this thing, growing and processing it. Yes, for processing, there are incentives available. Up to 35% subsidies are available. If you link your cultivation with production, subsidies are available. You can go to MSME or other departments. There are subsidy. Even now, if you are a group of farmers, if you do in group, subsidies are available in our department also. Next, please.
So next question is how to promote the medicinal plants when a person is involved in his own startup.
See, I told you, if you have land, if you work in group, you have farmers, you can simply start growing it. Only the thing is wisely to decide which species to grow. For that, centers like us, they can help you. They can tell you, they can link you to the market. We can tell you, or even we can link you to the buyers as well. So don't start anything without having buyer in your hand. So please, and select the species, do the marketing research, and then go for agrotechnology, and then you go for cultivation. So you can simply start it by setting up your own company, your self-help group, or you can go for farmer producer company. There is a very good ecosystem in this country. Lot of schemes are there. You can follow the steps.
So there's another question. Sir, can we grow ashwagandha as mixed crop in areca plantation?
Erica, I don't think, because the soil requirement of Erica are entirely different from ashwagandha. Ashwagandha generally grows in sandy loam stone, the soil. So I don't think it will be a better option to start ashwagandha in Erica. You need to think of some other species. We can speak separately on this.
Sir, there is another person who is questioning that how can he identify high demand medicinal and aromatic plants in the market?
You need to do the research. You can consult centers, various institutions, because you see India has many agroclimatic zones. It's more than 15 agroclimatic zones are there in India. So every agroclimatic zone has peculiar kind of soil and environmental conditions, ecosystems there. So accordingly, we have shortlisted the plants suitable for that particular area. You can do market research. You can go to the industries nearby your area, or then you can select the species. So this is, I think this is the only strategy, because it depends on your own wisdom actually and research. Then you can decide. We can facilitate what can grow good where, and where is the market. We can tell about that.
Sir, next question is pyracantha used in medicines for curing heart diseases lately?
Which one?
Pyracantha.
I don't find any reference for the use of this plant in heart care.
So next question is, which commercially viable medicinal plants can be grown in warm and humid climates?
Again, the list is huge. See, warm and even situation like Rajasthan, you see Google is doing good there. Aloe vera, moringa, these species are doing good there. And for humid kind of situation, you see, if you take example of spices, black pepper is doing good there. So you can see we can have a list accordingly. We can select accordingly.
Okay, sir. This is the question.
Sorry.
And so we are extremely thankful for your presence and for this informative session that you presented to us. Our participants would be highly informed since this is a lesser discussed topic of medicine and plants amongst the new age agriculturists and especially students. Sir, I would like to thank you with the bottom of my heart.
Okay, let me answer questions of Dr. Adarsh Thapa and Mamtha Reddy. So they spoke about hydroponics. So my dear friends, this is an interesting area. If you are serious about growing medicinal plants in hydroponics, uh, some of our friends, some of our projects are doing good. They are doing Bacopa cultivation in hydroponics, and even see the economics of Bacopa and the quality of material produced there has been very good. The percentage of bacosite came very nicely in hydroponics, and recently, let me tell you, you can find out on internet. IHBT, Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, Palampur, it's an pioneer institute of CSIR. They have developed technology to grow high value medicinal plants of Jatamansi, Nardostachys jatamansi. We call it Sugandhwala in Ayurveda. And even they are doing certain other high value species. So you can contact them. Yeah, there is a possibility to go for cultivation of medicinal plants in this sector. So many people have asked about some schemes for startups and all that. There are a number of schemes. You go to your state startup coordinator in Department of Industries or the Department of Industries. You can find out there are a number of schemes available. Yes. So cannabis research trail. How to introduce your. So I think yeah, a lot of things we can discuss. So I'm happy that very good questions they have come up from the participants. So Ruchika, if you send them all on the email, I would love to reply them one by one because the list is huge. So scope and all that, high demand medicinal and aromatic plants in the market. Sir, see, one can go through the studies available. And even you see the website of echarak.in, you just find out the selling price of various this thing. And let me give you one example. There are medicinally important aromatic plants. Although we don't deal with the aromatic plants, but we do have medicinally important aromatic plants. I will cite two examples. One is vetiver and the second is lavender. And you see the selling price of lavender has gone 12 to 13,000 rupees a liter this year. And people are doing it in a large scale in the areas where it can be grown successfully. So market research reports are available on our website also. You can even get regular information. And we can give you just go through the list of our 140 species, and you can discuss with us if you are really serious to go for cultivation of any species. So species like people are cultivating this thing colchicine. For colchicine, they are cultivating Gloriosa superva, another this endangered species which is in big demand for colchicine. Sorry. So these kind of species are there. You can get information about that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, I'll mail the remaining questions to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your great session and for answering the interesting queries of our participants. Now I would like to hand over this stage to Dr. Piyush Chaudhary, sir, to carry on.
I can leave now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So very good evening to the respected participants. Moving ahead with the second session of the second day of this Agriculture 5.0, I would like to inform you that our speaker of the second session, Professor R.S. Chandel sir, has joined. Sir, you can hear us. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon. VC sir is just coming within a minute. He is in another meeting, and he's coming within a minute. Yeah.
Oh, sure, sir. So, dear participants, as we came to know, sir is joining within a minute. So, also, if any participants are having questions, you can directly drop your questions in our chat box, because only few questions are answerable during this session because of the time limit and duration fixed schedule of the training program. We will definitely mail the questions, and our respected speakers are also available with us for answering there. As you can see that yesterday also one of the Honorable Vice Chancellors had joined us, and he was in busy schedule, but he tried his best to deliver and be with us. Definitely in evening also he told us that we will join on some another day. We'll just wait for a minute to join, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Piyush, he is just concluding the meeting and coming in.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
So, respected participants, sir is joining us. Meanwhile, I would like to inform you that after the lecture of sir, we are also having two more lectures, that is from 6 to 7 and 7 to 8. And in the 6 to 7, that is third session of the day, speaker will be Vivek Kumar Shukla sir, who is the co-founder of Rise Hydroponics in Ahmedabad. He will deliver lecture on hydroponics and the scope and need of the hour. And then the last lecture of the day will be delivered by Dr. Vinita Kumari ma'am, that is Deputy Director, General Studies of Manage Hyderabad. You also know that Manage Hyderabad is also organizing various events and all. And Dr. Vinita ma'am is also actively involved and keen interested to deliver the lectures and inform the participants more information and more dedicated towards the organizing of such events and all. So as soon as sir join, we will start the session by a short introduction of the sir. Please bear with us. Respected participants, Honorable Sir is joining us. Meanwhile, I would like to inform you that maybe today or tomorrow we will be sharing a feedback from our side to you, including that how is the quality of the lectures and the speakers which we have scheduled for you. Also, you can suggest us in a chat box also that what suggestion we could include in the training programs, what kind of topics you are interested, as we have given you a brochure. Yes, sir is joined. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Piyush.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Piyush,
very
sorry,
good
I was sitting in another meeting,
No issues, sir.
not away from this room, but adjoining to my office.
No
So-
issues, sir. Yes, sir. So, dear participants, as we can see, our honorable speaker of the second session of the second day, Dr. Rajeshwar Singh Chandel sir has joined. So, before inviting sir to deliver his lecture, let me briefly introduce sir to inspire our participants. So, Dr. Rajeshwar Singh Chandel sir is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Noni, Solan. Sir has 25 years of experience in education and research, also belonging to the agriculture field. And sir has done his BSc and MSc in entomology from CSK Himachal Pradesh, Vishwavidyalaya Palampur, and PhD in entomology from Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Noni. Sir has also been a special course in agriculture and forestry from Germany, and sir has started his career as a research fellow and served in many important posts, and has also been the joint director research, senior scientist, entomology, principal residue analyst in Noni University earlier, before joining the Honorable Vice Chancellor. Sir has done extensive research and apple pollination in dry areas, herbal honey production, increase in production, and many other fields. Sir is also a member of various committees in Niti Aayog, Union Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare, different states and universities in the country. And sir has headed many projects with national and international funding, and has remained the member of different teams, and also remained the editor of various research publications and member of their editorial committee. And sir has been also recognized and awarded by various organizations for his contribution in agriculture, horticulture, education, research, and farmers' welfare. So one of the major achievement is sir was also appreciated for his Himachal model of natural farming led by sir himself at different platforms. And it is because of sir only efforts that Himachal Pradesh is on the top way to become a natural farming state. Also, they have organized one of the important current based issues based conference in the last June month also. And many other state and country are also adopting the Himachal Pradesh model of natural farming, which was suggested by sir. So it was a brief introduction about this, sir. So we would like to hear from sir more about. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Piyush. Just I have 45 minutes now.
Yes, sir.
You see that our farmers are shifting, particularly the youngsters, they are shifting from the conventional farming system to the cities in search of small jobs. As per the official data, we say that everything is going good with agriculture, our productivity, our production, it's going on, it's increasing. We are self-sufficient. And if everything goes well, why we are leaving the agriculture? Why a young gentleman, he wants to leave the agriculture and try to get a better job? Because he knows that if he is working somewhere else outside the home, he will be married comfortably. And if he is working on the farm, this challenge is before him also. So this is the true fact all across the country. I've been working for the last 5 to 6 years in natural farming, and before joining here as ED, we took this responsibility to undertake this natural farming practices, particularly one which was suggested by Padam Shri Subhash Palekarji. Earlier, this movement was started from Andhra Pradesh, from Karnataka, and then passing through Andhra Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh took it as an official program. For Himachal Pradesh, because everybody knows that this is one of the developed state in the Himalayan region. But at the same time, when we go through the data, it says that pesticide residue level is higher in our produce. We have gone away from our traditional crops. No matter this year is the International Year of Millets. We were home to millets, we were home to traditional honeybee. But all has been transformed into the high value cash crops. We are producing apples, we are producing off-season vegetables, we are producing main season vegetables. Also, floriculture on good acreage of land. But what is the level of cost of cultivation? Who is the taker of our major profitability part? Why our women expecting mothers and young children, they are malnutrition? We say that we are one of the richest state in the Himalayan region. We say that in Himachal Pradesh, nobody is landless. Everybody has the land, good house, everything. But why things are happening so negatively that nothing is provoking us to come back to the agriculture? So my whole talk will be focused on the natural farm. And it will not be a kind of the preaching or kind of the advice from my side. I'll speak on behalf of the farmers. We have the models. We have the models on the farmers field. Here inside the campus university, and I'm sitting over here as the vice chancellor, as the team leader of the university, I can convincingly say that my farmers' models are better than the university models. How young farmers, they are coming back to the agriculture, adopting this sustainable food system based on natural farming. So with this small introduction, I am moving to my presentation. Just I'm sharing it. Share.
Is it visible?
Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Please switch over to slideshow mode, sir.
Okay. Just do it. Now it's fine. Piyush?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the first slide showing the intensification of the crops and how the young agriculture graduates and postgraduates, they are moving back to their respective homes and showcasing the agriculture, horticulture as a smart entrepreneur. You see that we have the number of the national commitments to the United Nations. Our agriculture share is now increasing. Our position is now better for organic and natural food and millet basket for the world. We are also self-sufficient now in oilseed and pulses. But nutrition and food security. We are food secure, but not nutritionally. So available of the nutritional food, then awareness, and how policy frame, how a sustainable food system mechanism can be worked out. This is required to be done. How we should have the diversified food basket. Then optimization of supply chain processes from farm to fork and to end traceability and transparency. So when we talk now about the organic farming in the country, we sensitize the farmer, we train the farmer to go for the organic cultivation, and at the end, we oriented him that you will get the premium price. So as a matter of fact, the small farmer could not transform itself into the organic farming system. It became the farming system of only a few and the bigger farmers. But we have the commitment to reduce the water usage or increase the water usage efficiency by 20%. Around over 30% of the land has been declared as the degraded land. So our commitment is to reclaim it back by 2030 by 20%. So this needs to be put in the curriculum of the agriculture students, that these are our commitments. It's not only the production of the food as has been we have been doing during our degree programs. Food is something which starts from the farm and which ends up, its journey ends up with the plate of the consumer. So there is a small picture of the Himachal Pradesh. Himachal is degraded, has been declared as one in the fast degrading category. 90% of our users, conventional farmers, they found a decline in predator insects and honeybees, which are very important pollinators, specifically for cross-pollinated crops and apple. Our farmer products carry 1% higher pesticide residue than the national average. And in another study, which was conducted in the 2 districts, which are the intensive this apple growing districts, up to 80% reported eye irritation, skin allergy, vomiting, etc. after the application of the pesticides. And parallelly, you see, when I talked about the diversified food basket, so you see here, we have lost the rice field up to 27%, barley up to 55%, millets up to 90%. We are talking about the millets. We are talking about the diversified food basket. And pulses about 61%. And the replacement is by apple by around 900%, 854%. Off-season, main-season vegetable by 365%. So it shows that we do not need the monoculture of the crops which provide only the cash money, but not the nutrition. Which the crops which are known as the cash crops, but the cash ultimately goes to the external market in terms of the agrochemicals and the other inputs which are required to grow these crops. This is also one of the very important factors, that the cash which the farmers are expected to get, it does not stick with him. It goes back to the input dealers. So there is a bigger question in the country all around. This is a new term. How this new term this arises? Organic term, it was a buzzword elsewhere. So what is the difference? So very briefly, I have differentiated these 2 words, organic farming and natural farming. Because as I have said that the most of the profit, it goes to the external market. When we grow crops, we buy the agro inputs right from the seed sowing till harvest and after harvest. So here in case of organic farming, if the fertilizers, manures, compost, etc., if it comes from the external sources, or when the farmer is paying to buy all these inputs, may be organic. So organic. And when he or she creates it on farm, by the resources available on farm, it's natural farming. It means this all cost, which is to be incurred to buy all these things from the external market, it adds to the profit of the farmers. So earlier, this was also known as ZBNF, zero budget natural farming. Later, it was renamed as Subhash Palekar natural farming, and elsewhere in globally, it is known as agroecology or regenerative agriculture. It was first propounded by Padma Shri Subhash Palekar and later on taken forward by the then governor of Himachal Pradesh, and now he's the governor of the Gujarat, Acharya Devdutt ji. Our government started this Yojana in 2018. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he called upon the farmers, academicians, researchers many times to join this natural farming movement. And you must have heard that he talked about in G20 meeting, in Man Ki Baat. Finance Minister announced a proposal to launch National Mission on Natural Farming. And now ICAR has also constituted an expert committee to develop the natural farming curriculum. And this is not only the ICAR. NCERT, it has also formed a committee. Being the member of those all committees, a student, a kid of 3 years, when he joins the Batika, so curriculum is developed from that Batika class till PhD. So how we could perform in Himachal Pradesh? As you said that it's my individual effort to make it a national program, not my effort, but our team's effort. We as a team in Himachal worked very hard. We took this 5 ladder system to make a farmer transformed into the into natural farming system. First, it was exposure to a field of the farmer to show, yes, this can happen. You'll get a larger question from the academia that it can never happen, because we were oriented towards that kind of the education. So first exposure, then out of this exposed team, we selected a few, 3, 4, 5 most sensitized, then took them to sensitize them. Then training to a small group of farmers, finally adoption. And since adoption itself does not suffice the whole success of the story, then follow by the officials, continuous follow. So this was the strategy to implement the natural farming system in Himachal Pradesh. And we took the farmer field as the laboratory. We started it from the farmer field, not from the academia. Yes, initially we had a number of questions. When we talk of the cow urine and cow dung, when we talked of the indigenous cow, we were rebounced by the academia that you are taking the society back to 19th century, 18th century. But this is not true. The principles of the natural farming, it aligns the principle of the agroecology, which were given by the FAO of United Nations. So it aligns all principles of the agroecology. So what are the principles of agroecology? These are the responsible governance, recycling, efficiency, diversity, synergies, resilience, culture and food traditions, co-creation and sharing of knowledge, human and social values, and circular and solidarity economy. So how it happens? You see, through the 4 tenets of the natural farming: Jivamrit, mulching. Jivamrit is the culture of fertility creating microorganisms. Mulching is the soil cover with live mulch or crop residue. Wapsize soil aeration. We create the situation in the soil where inflow and outflow of the air, it continuously flows. And Bijamrit, this is the seed treatment by the microculture. So now you see, when we apply Bijamrit, it aligns with the resilience of the seed, resilience of the soil, and enhances the germination potential of the seed. So that means efficiency. By applying the Jivamrit, that is culture of fertility creative organism, so it is matching with the recycling. Because what is Jivamrit? Jivamrit is the mixture of cow urine, dung, some floor of some leguminous crop in grams, not kg, in grams. Then soil from undisturbed land again in grams, maybe 10 grams, 15 grams, and some jaggery, gourd, shakar, jaggery, or juice of some fruit, maybe of rotten fruit. So then that is the recycling what is available on the farm. And diversity, because when we add the dung of the local cow, it has the maximum number of the positive bacteria. So we bring these all bacteria through the cow dung, and we add the local undisturbed soil. That means that we again add the diversity of the microbes. So in that way, it enhances the diversity of the soil microbes. Then through mulching, recycling means use of the crop residue. We add it to the soil. Again, it creates synergy, because when we cover the soil with mulch or crop residue, it creates an environment in the soil which does not allow the temperature of the soil to go beyond 32 to 33 degrees centigrade, which is the most suitable for the activity to enhance the activity of the earthworms and the microbes. And simultaneously, it gives the resilience also to the soil, to the microbes, to the seed. And fourth one is the WAPSA. WAPSA creates the synergy, because it allows the inflow and outflow of the air inside the soil, so enhances the resilience of the microbes to grow, and also enhance the diversity. So as of now, by growing the crops through natural farming practices, a farmer is aligning these 5 principles. And through creating the sustainable food system, other are to be matched. So now here you see the outcome of the natural farming. There is a cost of reduction, a reduction in the cost of cultivation. In case of apple, wheat, then increase in the net returns. Then reduction is the pest attack, because we create the diversity on the farm, enhance the predators and parasitoid population. We apply different decoction which are locally prepared, and in that way, you see there is a reduction in most of the pests and diseases attack. Then here, what are the ecological impacts, environmental impacts? Increase in the microbial population of the soil, increase in the soil enzymatic activities, soil organic carbon, activity of the earthworms. Then people are shifting from the monoculture to crop diversification, having up to 9 crops at a time and on the same piece of land. So you see the level of crop diversity. So when we talk of the diverse crop basket, so this shows the diverse crop basket, full of nutrition. Then it reduces the risk of the rate, because out of these 9 crops, farmer will get something every week. If one crop fails, if he doesn't get the good rate for one crop, second will suffice it. Third will compromise it. Then more interestingly, the farmer has experience for soil and water. They found the better soil health, crop after crop. It means after applying the natural farming tenets, he's regenerating the soil. So our commitment that 20% of the land is to be regraded back, reclaimed back by 2030. Here are the signs. Then reduction in the water requirement. These farmers are experiencing better soil moisture under rainfed conditions. And other opinions are that better drought resistance, better flavor than chemically grown crops. So this is the outcome of the natural farming practices in Himachal Pradesh. What are the challenges? Yes, the things never go well. There should have been some challenges also. Why? Because unless there are challenges, we will not progress. We will not think beyond the closed box. So here you see, this is a knowledge intensive farm practice. This can never work on the package of practices kind of the things which we try to advocate to the farmers. We generate the data, we put it in the form of some tool and present it to the farmer to work accordingly. But in this particular system of the farming, farmer is the real scientist. We keep him in the center of planning, and the farmer and the scientists, they work together. So in that way, this is a knowledge intensive farm practice. That is, more you move on farm, year round, after year, you enhance the capacity to grow more and more to fetch more and more out of these natural farming practices. Understanding of all tenets, yes. Here it will never work on arithmetic proportions. That is 2 plus 2 will be 4. It will never happen here. Because one tenet of natural farming, it creates synergy for the another tenet. If it is a Jivamrit, unless the soil surface is covered by the moisture, by this mulch, it will not have the synergistic effect. Unless there is a Vapsa line, that is inflow and outflow of the air, the first 2 tenets will not work with the optimum level. So it means we have to apply all tenets, all principles of the natural farming at a time. Then structured training followed by exposure visit. It cannot be like the official trainings that we bring some farmers, we teach them in the laboratory, in the classroom, and send them back. There should have been structured training. Less on lectures, more on fields. Then model and resource center. All kind of the trainings are to be conducted on farm. Not in the laboratory, not in the classroom. So these are some of the challenges where we have to push into this kind of the system. Then treatment versus ecosystem. Here we cannot suggest a farmer treatment. Yes, some basic information can be given to him. Yes, these are the tenets. You apply these inputs after 15 days, after 21 days. But depending upon the ecosystem, for example, this year, Himachal is passing through a very critical stage. Flash floods, continuous rains, no sun. The apple farmers are really, they are confronting with this weather. But still, the natural farmer says that, yes, I have lost my crop, but still it is better than the conventional farm. Because he is not waiting for that kind of the advice that apply Jivamrita after 15 days. Apply Agni Astra after 11 days. No. He applies it today. In the evening, if he finds there is rain, again, next day he goes for another application. So that is the understanding of the ecosystem. Spending more time with the farm. Then farmer commitment. The bigger farmer, what do is, they just write something, yes, these are chemicals, this is the dose, they give it to their labor, ask him to spray and leave the home. Here everyone who is working on the farm is to work with the commitment. Here you see how young gentleman is doing. This is a potato crop. He's not applying the urea. He has planted a leguminous crop inside, maybe coriander. So this coriander is a leguminous crop. It fetches the atmospheric nitrogen, it adds in the soil and provides to these potato plants. Here you see Kala chana, black gram. Again, black gram is a source of nitrogen. So this potato, because this is the high input, this is the high nitrogen demanding crop. So from both sides, he is providing the source of nitrogen to this main crop. Here you see crop intensification, number of crops. This is apple, this is the wheat. This wheat enhances the availability of the phosphorus, and this is the pea. So this is the cash crop. At the same time, this is the source of the nitrogen to the main plant. Here you see this is the wheat. This is the maize. The conventional farmer provides twice or thrice the urea to this maize crop. But here you see this is full of the rajmash, beans, source of nitrogen. Multiple crops. No part of the soil is exposed to the environment. Then outscale versus upscale approach. First, this is to be started on a small piece of land, allow the farmers to convince, and then go for upscaling. Because from the small piece of land, the farmer will continuously learn, understand, and slowly, gradually upscale the land based on the knowledge he is gaining from the small piece of land. Then generation of empirical data. Yes, again, generate data. Because when he is growing this crop, 3-4 crops at a time, so he has to generate the data. If the main crop he is now growing on the 60% of the land, how crop equivalent yield is receiving? एक से कितना आया, सेकंड से कितना आया, थर्ड से कितना आया, तो empirical data लेना पड़ेगा. Yes, now this is the strategy which is very important for the youngsters. And the bigger challenge is, this is not challenge to all young people, but the students from our faculty also, from the agriculture, horticulture universities also, because they are not looking beyond the farm gate. And the whole software industry, after spending 10 years, 15 years, they are now trying to enter into this sustainable food system platform. How to create this? So you see in Himachal Pradesh now, we have the production base through this PK3, this is Prakriti Kheti Khushal Kisan Yojana, this is abbreviation for it. We have the production base. We have now the big data. We have now the National Mission on Natural Farming. We have the SDGs. These 7 SDGs we are aligning through natural farming, and what is to be done beyond that. Now through this SUSPNF is Sustainable Food System Platform for Natural Farming. This is the abbreviation for it. So through SUSPNF now, through this another platform, we'll create the supply value chain and again market linkage. And the principle would be transparency and traceability. So what is happening now? Why our farmers are frustrating? Why they are not convinced? Because the trader, he buys from the farmer, or small farmers, they supply their small produce every week, every 10 days, after 3 days to a bigger trader. Bigger trader goes to the market and he comes back with some amount and gives it back to the farmer. but farmer never knows what was paid to him in the last outlet and what was given to him. So first principle is he must understand that what was the market price and what was given back to him. And another important issue was traceability. In case of natural farming, we never talk about the premium price. He should get the true value. The farmer should get back the true value. So there are the another principles for the true value. So I think this is not the right time to explain the true value costing here. But again, when the consumer he buys something which is written as natural produce or organic produce, he gets never convinced that actually it is natural also or organics also. So through some software mechanism, the consumer should also get back the traceability. Yes, where from my produce is coming. So on these principles now we are working here. And many young people, they are joining with us. We have created the farmer producer companies based on the young people in Himachal Pradesh. So now we are working on these two principles to establish the sustainable food system. And it's not only restricted with the farming. Forest is another part. We have the number of the forest produce, which is actually natural. Then animal husbandry. Milk, egg, meat of the gadis, meat of those people which grazes on the natural pastures. Then fisheries in so many rivers. This fishery, this grows naturally. So this all is to be brought out under the ambit of the natural farming systems. Initially, when we started natural farming, so because due to the discontinuity, non-confidence about the total volume, so unorganized market they started. But they got so much credibility in their respective areas. They sat outside some degree college or video office or some degree college or some school. Here ladies, they are selling it on the name of Apni Mandi. So this was the basic idea we got initially. Then based on this experience, we created such outlets, small outlets, folding outlets, because farmer never gets a time to spend whole day for marketing. He comes in a week or twice in a week based on the product. Then we provided him the logo of the government. Then traceability also. So he puts his produce in the respective places where he get the known for the people and sell it smartly. Now certification. It was another issue for the farmers to certify. If you understand the certification procedure in the organic system, it was complicated. We used to hire some external agencies for the certification. They charge it from the government or from the farmers. So it was ridiculous. It was something unnatural. That when a farmer, he intends to do something positive for the environment, for the society, for the nature, he was charged. And another conventional farmers who uses number of the unauthorized, unapproved pesticides, they can do anything. So then we contested the idea of the certification before different agencies, particularly IFOM, which was the custodian of this certification system. We created software-based certification system, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. And in organic farming system, we always talked about the 3 years, that the farmer has to lose for 3 years. Then on 4th year, he'll get the genuine production and he will get the premium price, which never happens. Even we and you may be the people who gets the salary every month. So can we wait if nobody gives us salary in the next month? And we are expecting that a farmer will stay with less production for 3 years. How it will happen? So here in this new system, a farmer who is entering into the natural farming, even in the first year, he will be considered as a natural farmer with the certificate. Then similarly, a farmer who is practicing natural farming and producing without chemicals, maybe buying some input from outside, he start to. A farmer who is fully convinced, fully converted his land, he's 3-star farmer. So this is a certification process. A farmer now, he just adds the data, enters the data on the app, and he gets the certification. So this is the auditing process. This is aligning with the government compliances. So it is not as such that he enters the data and immediately he will not be audited by somebody else. So there is a procedure to randomly check him out, whether he's actually whatsoever he's adding, he's actually doing that or not. Again, this is the evaluation methodology. Same. So finally, what happens now? We have the small farmers, and it's not only in Himachal Pradesh or in the Himalayan countries, but in the whole of our country, more than 80% are the smallholders. So this is the gap where the young people, they have to enter in. They have to look at opportunity, and he's unable to sell his produce because he has small produce, and the produce comes irregularly. So what happens? He or she, he sends that produce to the nearby mandi, and he cannot take back that produce because that is the perishable. And whatsoever rate is proposed to him, he is forced to do it. He is forced to get it. So now we are creating the farmer interested groups and self-help groups of farmers and creating the small groups. Then these are being transformed under one umbrella, that is farmer producer company. So as of now, the university, state government and NABARD, we have created the 4 farmer producer companies based only on the natural farming based farmers. Then what it does, it aggregate small produce from different groups. Then this farmer producer company, through the integration of the different institutions, it is adding value to it. It is selling it directly. It is creating infrastructure based on the demand of the self-help groups. Then this is the responsibility of the FPC based on this aggregated produce of different number of the farmers, that it grades, storage, pack and label to make it representable. Apple wala then there are the number of the outlets. It is captive outlet, franchises to youth, external markets, mandis. So here the farmer industry group, they can directly sell it to the captive outlets, or through these procedures, through these platforms, it also may come to. And again, then it will go to the consumer. But again, principle would be same. That is traceability and transparency. It means the consumer should have the back traceability. Kaun se kisan se aaya. And farmer should get the transparency. Isne kitna pay kiya, and through all these processes, after spending on creating these different platforms, isko kitna mila. So here I am showing you one bottle. If you can see here, this is Chopal Naturals. So this is a farmer producer company. University and the State Department has created this company. University has worked on this apple juice for different government compliances, quality parameters, and now it is being sold by the name of Chopal Naturals. So now one thing which is lacking over here is still there is no initiative of this traceability. So this year, now we are adding QR codes, etc., kind of the e-searching where the consumer can search it out. Kahan se aaya. Here you see, this is inauguration of this farmer producer company, how this is selling the first produce, how this is adding value through the institutional interventions. And here this is the economics. Also, we worked with on small pilot basis. Net profit under chemical farming system, which they were getting earlier, was 25.71 rupees per kg. But after this value addition through unmarketable produce, now they are getting 74.48 per kg. That is around 3 times enhancement in income. Here you see, along the Sitara system certification system, this is the farmer. इसकी कितनी टोटल लैंड है, इसके पिताजी का नाम क्या है, कौन कौन सी फसलें कितने एरिया पे है, एंड दिस इज द QR. Here anybody can scan and find it out कौन से किसान से मेरा प्रोड्यूस है. Again here 3 and 2 star rated farmers. So this is not a national program, international program. Here we are also mapping the SDGs, and these are the outcomes as I have already explained. So this is all about what we are doing over here, and this is a platform where the young people now can come. It needs the knowledge of the agriculture. It needs the knowledge of horticulture. It requires the skill in the technology also. It requires the skill in the networking also. So this is, I think, now the platform where we would like to have the more and more youth to look back at their lands and start this smart working. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Definitely, it
So
was.
I think I'll again request everybody to read this last quote by Sant Kabir, that it will take time, but we youth are always in hurry, but the great people say that hurry also needs some time. So hopefully we'll succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, it was a kind of interesting topic, as the major upcoming emerging point for the organic farming also and natural farming also. These ICR is also developing and trying its best also. Also, we came to know that in the last year academic session, they have started for the BSc Agriculture and Natural Farm instead of agriculture for the natural farming also. Academics they are developing, sir. So what will be other scopes for the natural farming as compared to organic farming? Because some are asking what are the scopes of organic farming. So in relation to that,
Piyush, my simple logic is that organic farming concept entered in the country during 1980s. But still it could not catch the interest of the small farmers. The farmer will accept any entrepreneurship where he or she is getting some profit. So we have to cut that cost which goes to the external market. One thing. Second, based on this natural farming, any young gentleman can create its USP. This is a unique selling point. Yes, my produce is from the my local cow, urine and dung based inputs. Then adding the technology. For example, I'm referring you one example. We have one farmer, he's not young, but must be around 44 years. He has a small piece of land, maybe 1+ acre. So he has around 87 consumers. So what does he do? every week, he has a WhatsApp group. He sent a message that yes, these, because this is a crop intensification system, this is not a monoculture. So he has number of crops at a point. So he adds these crops are available now for sale. Please come on Monday from 10 to 2. So message डाल दिया. So people from the surrounding area, because they come and buy from him. Now I would say why people would come directly and buy from him, because he's selling at the less rate than a gentleman gets from the market. Now question comes, he should get the premium price. But I would say that is better than the premium price, because he is not wasting time, not fuel, not any wastage, because he cuts the fresh from the farm. And somebody who comes to buy one thing, he or she buys 4, 5, 6 items at a time. Aadha kilo ye de do, aadha kilo ye de do, aadha kilo ye de do. This is the sustainable system of marketing. He needs us to always search for the new consumers. Ban gaya link, ban gaya my doctor, my farmer. So such kind of the small farm, yes, our youth needs to enter in such kind of a system. We have the number of the people in the villages who cannot take care of their land. So can we have that land on lease? Can we start from our own land? Or even we connect the already existing farmers and start working on FPCs. There is none to handhold FPCs. Nobody knows in the country. This is the biggest threat now. We have more than 10,000 FPCs. But who will train them? Because our expectation is to turn farmer into a professional, business professional. But usko kaun samjhayega, kaun dikhayega? So there are enormous number of opportunities. In case of organic farming, because he buys the inputs from the external market, usko paisa, or external and organic inputs are costlier than the chemical inputs. So jab usne kharch kiya to wo महंगा मांगेगा. In case of natural farming, he will not ask for the high price. That's why I asked about the true value.
There is one more question, sir, from participants. He is asking, sir, if they are adopting natural farming and all, what management practices will we suggest for the insect and pest attacks, sir, to reduce their population?
Yes, this is a good question from the participant. I appreciate it, because the most of the money of the farmer, it goes to buy the pesticides. Not to that extent to buy the fertilizers. And in case of crops like apple, where farmers used to apply 12, 13, 14 sprays in a crop season. So that's why I said that the tenets of the natural farming never works like that we have number of the decoctions, Agniastar, Brahmastar, Nemastar, Podastar. They all are made from the local resources, local plants. If somebody in Himachal, whatsoever plants are available around his farm, they are used as the botanicals. If somebody is from the South India, whatsoever, it's not like that always you have to apply the neem. Any plant which is not being fed by the cow is a botanical. Simple principle. So, by virtue of multiple crops you have seen, we invite number of the predator parasitides. By virtue of non-application of the chemicals, we conserve them. We create the natural barriers. जो एक का pest है वो दूसरे का नहीं है. So there are the natural barriers. So they stop their frequent increase in population. Then we apply these decoction as repellents. So there are the multiple factors that we stop these insects and diseases to enter inside. And Piyush, you can arrange a visit to Himachal also because interaction with the farmer would be more important than we speak from the dais.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time. And it was really a nice session with you. Most probably we'll be having some more sessions and we'll try to ask you, and we are sure that you will definitely be with us on the online or offline platform. Wherever. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, Piyush, and thank you, Dr. DPS Badwal, the president of your society. Yes, it's wonderful meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, dear participants, moving ahead with the third session of the today, as our next speaker has joined, I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Ruchika Chaudhary to bear with you. Ruchika?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Now coming to the next session, I welcome Vivek Shukla, sir, co-founder of Rise Hydroponics. And before inviting him to deliver his lecture, I would briefly introduce him to our participants. Vivek Shukla, sir, is a highly experienced and skilled professional who holds a prominent position as the Director of Curriculum, Development and Training Head at Rise Hydroponics. With a postgraduate diploma in business management specializing in international business from a leading institute in India, he brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the company Rise Hydroponics. With over 15 years of experience in the field, he leads all the training and R&D initiatives at Rise and has a proven track record of success. He has conducted over 100 plus training sessions, reaching over 35,000 youth across the Indian subcontinent and foreigners from various countries. In addition to his expertise in training, research, development, and product development, he also has a strong background in sales and marketing. As the co-founder of Rise Hydroponics and Rise Fresh, he is responsible for developing and implementing strategies to promote the company's products and reach new customers. His extensive background in training pedagogy, as well as his close work with numerous corporations, demonstrates his commitment to excellence in training and education. He is well integrated into the agriculture community and has a keen eye for identifying and incorporating best practices into Rise operations. With his deep understanding of the industry and the needs of the market, Sir has been able to develop and execute effective marketing campaigns that drive sales and increase brand awareness. He also has a proven track record of success in building strong relationships with customers and partners and in negotiating successful deals that benefit both the parties. His passion for learning and continuous improvement is evident through his travels to multiple countries to learn and implement the latest and best practices. His dedication towards his work has made him a valuable asset to Rise Hydroponics and also to Indian agriculture scenario. Over to you, sir. I welcome you again to deliver your lecture.
Thank you so much. I will be, thanks for giving me an opportunity so that, I can talk to the people and I can explain or give some input with respect to the protected cultivation, especially with respect to the hydroponics. Just I will share a presentation and we will go through that. I believe my screen is visible to you guys.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, 1 second. So, if you are having any doubt or any query, you can have a pen and piece of paper handy. We can have a question and answer session afterwards. I will just take you through all the things that basically what we do as a Rise and what's the scope of hydroponic and where basically we all are standing. Although, it is a very vast topic and it is really very challenging to wind up everything within a very short span of time, but still I will try my best. In addition to that, if there would be some net fluctuation, then I'm so sorry and apologize from my behalf because I'm currently at Abu Dhabi and I believe there is some net fluctuation happening here, but still I will try my best to deliver in the best possible ways. So coming to the very basic theory, 1 second. Yeah. So as far as the Rise is considered, we do a number of activities. We work with a single vision. We are having a vision that how to make agriculture profitable. Like when we go abroad, when we travel abroad, when we go to the Netherlands, Israel, if someone says like they are a farmer, they are in absolutely comfortable position. they earn a good hands of money. But when we talk with respect to the India, if someone says I'm farmer, so there's always a sorry face. What is the basic reason? How to link up the things? How to upgrade the standard of a farmer at a ground level? That is the people who are indulge in the activities of agribusiness. So with that particular motto, how to overcome situations, वो चीज ध्यान में रख के हमने राइस का establishment किया, and that's what basically we are doing constantly. We had started our journey from, you can say, Ahmedabad, and gradually we have expanded almost each and every part. We are making like biggest farm of India of 200 acres of precision farming at Bhilwara, which is one of the biggest farm, you can say, commercial farm as far as India is considered. And we are not only in India, but also we are established in globally. You can see we have done in US, UK, Abu Dhabi, Muscat, like we do a number of things. If you're going to check it out, one thing, there's a very huge challenge that world is going to face, and still world is facing. The population, the global population is going to be somewhere about 9.8 billion in 2050. And big question is, kahan se food ki, from where we are going to meet the demand of food? 9.8 billion log khayenge kahan se? In addition to that, if you are going to check it out, one thing constantly, agricultural land is getting the shrinking. आप देखेंगे constantly land is converted to NA land, what we call the non-agricultural land, and if land is converted to NA, basically जमीन कहाँ पे है? Where we are having a land, so we have to come with certain formula, something that how to utilize all the space which is available with respect to the farming. And here comes the solution as the protected cultivation. In addition to that, excess use of the pesticide, herbicide, all those things are having a very harsh effect on the environment. Environmental condition ho gaya, surface contamination, soil contamination, groundwater contamination. In fact, the fertility of soil has been hampered very badly, and whole environmental contamination is there. There is a constant, challenge of food supply to the urban location. Food safety, the one of the biggest concern, in fact, in the country, like it's not only with respect to India, but global also. If you're going to check it out, the Gulf and all those countries, people are giving more emphasis on the food safety. कल को export import कहीं पे due to XYZ reason hamper हो गया, then how you can assure there will be a regular supply of the food? And regular supply means it should not be at a very exaggerated prices. बहुत महंगे नहीं होने चाहिए. How to secure food security? So all those things are the constant challenges globally people are facing. In addition to that, there is always environmental risk. If you have observed one thing, unexpected रूप से कहीं भी बरसात होती है, extreme weather है, कहीं draft है, कहीं सूखा है. If you are going to check it out, current scenario, in state like Rajasthan and state like Gujarat, जहाँ पे बरसात नहीं होती थी, we are having the extreme floods. And जहाँ बरसात होनी चाहिए, वहाँ पे बरसात नहीं हो रही है. So there's a very huge challenges with respect to the environmental. And unexpected monsoon, heavy monsoon, drought, and all those things hamper the crop like anything. And this is going to happen over the period of time because the environmental change is happening, because we have hampered the environment in such a way that changes are going to happen. In addition to that, the couple of things are very limited, like water is a limited, agricultural land is a limited, and fertilizers and solutions are also very limited. So what is the solution? Solution is with respect to the control environmental agriculture techniques. What basically we do in control environmental agriculture technique, we try to control the environment to some extent so that we can get a maximum utilization of the resources that we are having. So we try to control a temperature, we make a temperature control house, we try to control a humidity, we try to control an environment. If you're going to check it out, the history of all these hydroponics and all those things, it is a very long back. The hydroponic term was coined in 1930 by Dr. Williams, but it doesn't mean उससे पहले वो था नहीं. If you're going to check it out, the one of the couple of first classical example of the hydroponics, the hanging below is one of the first and classical example of the hydroponic. You don't have to go to the Babylon. Even in the India, people are doing the cultivation on the Dal Lake, which is in Jammu Kashmir from long back. That is again a classical example of the hydroponics. But no doubt over the period of time, people have developed themselves in such a way that technology has developed in such a way that you can grow whatever you feel like. आप सब कुछ उगा सकते हैं. So when it comes to the type of CEA, that is control environmental agriculture techniques, so we are having hydroponics, we're having aeroponics, we're having aquaponics, we're having vertical farmings, we are having a passive hydroponic techniques like grow bag with cocoa peat and other substrate. So current scenario, data which is available on a net and a number of books. So what is happening? Obviously, demand is increasing. What is the basic objective of the control agriculture techniques? First of all, we have to protect the plant from the abiotic stress. We make sure there's the effective water use, like optimum utilization of the resources. There's the enhance in productivity per area. Unprotected land should be utilized in the best possible ways because the burden is very high. And there should be a year-round production. There is nothing like off-season or on-season. There should be always an on-season. And in addition to that, protection of diseases-free and the genetically better transplantation, and all those things we have to do take into the consideration. So Indian CEA market, a bit market analysis is their projection, how much hectares are land under cultivation. If you're going to check it out, one thing, this CEA, control environmental agriculture market, maximum control environmental agriculture market land is occupied in China, followed by the Korea, Spain, Japan, Turkey, Italy, Mexico, Netherlands, France, and states. But India is Mekai. As far the population is considered, we are on the top. As far the protected environmental farming is considered or controlled environmental agriculture is considered, हम top 10 में भी नहीं है. That means what? That means there's a huge scope. इसका एक इंडिया में unlimited scope है. Benefits क्या है? You can get a year-round production. You can get a zero pest. You can get limited or up to zero pest control. Very less water requirement. Absolutely IoT based. You can operate whole farm with your mobile phone. Auto those things are there. Limited labor requirements because labor is nowadays very expensive. No soil-borne diseases. Year-round productions. So these are the things. And introductions of the protected cultivations. So basically we protect the whole thing with the poly house. We are having a number of options. We have a poly house, we have a net house. We do a different type of the poly houses are there, like fan pad structures are there, NVPH, naturally ventilated poly houses are there, net house are there. And we have a fan pad temperature control system in which we are able to drop the temperature up to 10 to 15 degree in extreme summer. In Delhi NCR region where temperature hits somewhere about 50 degree, inside the poly house you are somewhere at, you can say 35, 36 degree. So we can opt for that. Then there is the NVPH, that is the naturally ventilated poly houses. The maximum poly houses in India that you see is basically with respect to the NVPH, that is the naturally ventilated poly house. And we are having the net house. Net house we can also make. The only drawback that we see in a net house is that, you know, the rain is only challenges with the net house. Otherwise, it also plays a very awesome role. Then there the different type of the growing techniques are there with respect to the hydroponics. There is the active hydroponics, there is the passive hydroponics. In active hydroponics, we are having the NFT, we are having ebb and flow, we are having a flatbed A-frame Dutch buckets. A number of techniques are there. And when it comes to the passive hydroponics, we're having a cocoa peat based, that is a grow bag, grow slab, and all those type of the system cocoa peat troughs are available. First of all, we should understand the things like which is advisable, which is not advisable. चीजें बहुत सारी हैं, like aquaponics. I've talked about the aquaponics, but India में वो viable है कि नहीं? एक ये पूरा different topic है. Vertical farming, up to what extent we can do. Indoor farming, we make an indoor farm. One of the biggest farm in India we had made with respect to indoor, we have made at Bangalore. We are having a farm, Satviki farm, which is at Worli. We are having Satvik Greens, which is at Goregaon. But indoor kahan karna chahiye? What is the per kilo of costing? So calculation is very important. And we can make outdoor. We are having outdoor. We are having indoor. We are having A-frame structure, flatbed, Dutch buckets. ये whether advisable है कि नहीं? For an example, lot many people have opted for the Dutch bucket, but as far as India is considered, it's not that much advisable. What is the basic reason? One Dutch bucket tentatively costs you somewhere about 700 to 800 bucks. That includes complete plumbing, that includes the 11 liter of the hydrotone, that includes, you know, food grade Dutch bucket. Same thing you can avail with respect to the cocoa peat grow slab in 125 bucks. In addition to that, 24/7 electricity is required in the case of the Dutch buckets. So what the bottom line of the whole thing is that, you know, first of all, we should understand the system. हम लोग जिस सिस्टम में हैं उस सिस्टम को समझने का ट्राई करें. दैट मीन्स विच इज एडवाइजेबल. वी शुड नॉट जस्ट कहीं से मैंने सुन लिया समझ लिया एंड आई विल रन बिहाइंड इट. इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क इट आउट. व्हेन इट्स यू प्ले विद द टेक्नोलॉजी at the best and number of things are there, you should understand pros and cons of the things in the best possible ways. Cocoa pit based farming is one of the best that we are seeing nowadays, and it is really advisable because if you're going to check it out, like the 90% of insects are associated with soil. So if you remove soil, आप soil नहीं use करते, so 90% of insects are removed directly. We put a weed mat on the ground and we are having online drips, we are having a arrow tripper, we are having a PCJ, we are having a manifolds, and we opt for a cocoa pit grow bag or a cocoa pit grow slab farming. The best part is that if you're knowing the nutrient recipe and if you know how to do it properly, you can get year-round production, and production is also at the best. Because same nutrition, not a single plant is having a deficiency of nutrition at any given point of time, because everything is calculated, pre-mixed, and you are giving. सब कुछ बहुत calculated दिया जा रहा है. In addition to that, when it comes to the hydroponics, you know, the type of the nutrition that we use, it is a lab grade nutrition. It is not having the heavy metals at any given point of time. So it also touches the international standards. And the lot many times, like when it comes to the NFTs type of the system where there is a circulating system, even we use the RO water, that is the one of the best water available in God's green earth. Not many places, you know, the water have been contaminated up to that extent कि अगर आप कभी भी करोगे, you know, you won't be able to claim as an organic at any given point of time. As for the Indian definition, we never claim hydroponic as an organic, but yes, we do consider it as a residue free or a chemical free. As compared to ground, it is always having that 90% less chemical with respect to the pesticide. What is the basic reason? Because 90% of pests are associated with soil. आप soil तो use ही नहीं कर रहे. In addition to that, it is absolutely protected from the external environment. But आपको पता होना चाहिए आप क्या use कर रहे हैं. For an example, if you think to buy a cocoa pit in a market, it's available from 4 rupees kilo to somewhere about, we can say 25 to 30 rupees per kg. You should be very much sure what you're opting for. It should be low EC, it should be buffered, it should be mixed with the trichoderma, it should be mixed with the perlite. If you don't know how to do it, you will end up with the mess. Same is true with the NFT systems and all those type of stuff. Like you should know, like being at the manufacturers of NFT in a market, it's available from 90 rupees per meter to 560 rupees per meter. You should be very much specific and very much sure, like what you're opting for. Like it should be food grade UPVC virgin plastic heavy metal free 100 by 55 dimension and openable. अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो आप फंस जाओगे. You might have seen in a number of videos, people are doing in round pipe, all those things, PVC. By PVC is never a food grade. If someone comes in your farm and he says, sir, it is not a food grade material, you will be absolutely handicapped. And it is very practically challenging to clean the round pipes and all those type of stuff. वो बहुत challenging है. So try to see a couple of farms, how basically people are doing it. Don't just jump into the system कि कहीं पे मैंने सुन लिया and now I will opt for it. So because all those things are having a very huge capital लगता है, तो चीजों को समझें, what to grow, how the viabilities can be there. So we are having a cocoa pit grow bag, we are having cocoa pit grow slab, we are having a cocoa pit trough system. We can do it out the vertical also, cocoa pit like trough systems. Lot many people do in the trough system, but nowadays cocoa pit grow bags are more advisable in the trough system as compared to trough. What is the basic reason for that? Because if in this particular cocoa pit trough system, first of all, more cocoa pit is used. In addition to that, if some plant is getting some type of infection, that can be easily spread to each and every plant. If that thing happen in a cocoa pit grow bag system, you can take that bag and you can throw outside. So it is more advisable to go with the cocoa pit grow bag type of a system. Then IoT based automation is there, EC, pH, nutrition, auto fertigation unit, everything can be controlled with cell phone. To that extent of the automation we can do. When it comes to the EC, like electroconductivity based auto dosing systems. So basically what happened, we are having a sensor are basically with respect to EC, they work with respect to electroconductivity principle. Initial EC should be close to zero. Close to zero means what? it should be 0.02, 0.03. Hence, whenever any system is associated with EC, initial EC should be close to 0. Hence, you are supposed to use the RO water. So when it comes to the active hydroponic, in which we are having a grow, in which we are having an NFT systems and the Dutch bucket system, deep water culture, those are EC based रहता है, and RO is a must. RO is not an option, it is a must, because the whole automation nutrition therapy is based on the EC electroconductivity. Initial आपको 0 चाहिए, pumps होते हैं, they are having the peristaltic pump, they start, or sensor based हैं. If you are decided that EC is with respect to the nutrition 1.8 से 1.5 के बीच में रखूंगा, as soon as it hit 1.5, pump will start and drop by drop nutrition goes to the common working tank, unless until its EC is again maintained to 1.8. So different systems, and we are having auto fertigation units, as you can check into the picture. When it's done on a ground, or say it's done on a cocoa pit growth lab, the auto fertigation units, and you can do a different type of the crops, and number of crops can be done. So ये पूरा customize बनाते हैं, it is a PLC based programming and everything. आप advance में type कर सकते हो whatever you are looking for. So a number of features are there, like it is very much precision are there with respect to the nutrition, ECPH control, multi-channel fertigations. आपको step wise करना है, stages wise करना है. With same machine you want to give the nutrition to the 10 different type of a crop, it can be done. There is the water flow meter, how much water is going, auto scheduling are there, multi-zone capacities are there. So 50 plus crop को आप operate कर सकते हैं, guarantee warranty. So a number of things can be done. Nowadays we are also having a container farming. We can grow the things into the container. Why container? Lot many locations are there जहाँ पे खेत है ही नहीं. It's in extreme condition, just you can't have anything. So वहाँ पे we are having a container concept also, especially in the Gulf, like you can say Oman, Bahrain, UAE, all those things. So basically we're also exporting containers where we are doing complete farming. We can grow the things like the lettuce, basil, kale, spinach, microgain, oregano, Italian basil, purple basil, bok choy, etc. Anything can be done, but the question is that you should be very much sure whether it is viable or not. So just by saying something, if you're opting, it is not going to make a sense at all. So like it is the customized. The best part is that all indoor structures are customized. आप जैसा चाहो बना सकते हो. That is the best part, and you can grow the different type of the veggies also. Thing is that whenever you opt for all these type of the control environment system, one thing is very important. You always try to opt for the vegetable which are having the higher value in the market, because आपका capex ज़्यादा लग रहा है, आपका capital ज़्यादा लग रहा है, तो आपका you can't grow with the normal crops which can be otherwise can be easily grown into the market. Like you can go with the baby spinach. We are having a basil, lettuce, oregano, Italian basil, parsley, chives, cherry tomatoes, color capsicum, broccoli, zucchini, snacky peppers. So a number of things can be done. We can also do for the Indian veggies also okra, cabbage, beetroots, cauliflower, eggplant, sponge gourd, tulsi, shatavari. We can also go with the Ayurvedic herbs. So a number of things can be done. In fact, if you're growing the off-season fruits like melons, strawberries, watermelons, yellow melons, so you know the profit is like, it's very hard to calculate up to what extent you can avail the benefits, because you are trying to develop the things into the off season. Like currently we are having the musk melon, somewhere about 3 acres of musk melon we are having ready in Bhilwara. So it is the off season for that. Musk melon, खरबूजे का rate गर्मी में it is somewhere about, you can say 15 to 20 rupees per kilo, but अभी वो 50, 60, 70 rupees per kilo है. तो जिसके पास off season में है, he is the king of the market. तो आपको थोड़ा ये सब स्ट्रेटजीज पे वर्कआउट करना पड़े. सीड कैसे डेवलप करते हैं, हाउ टू ग्रो, हाउ टू मेक द नर्सरी. With respect to the plant, you should understand the pruning कैसा है, seedling कैसा, harvesting कैसा. Like we do a bell pepper. Bell pepper is nowadays is an absolutely viable crop. Like in 1 acre of farm, like you can make somewhere about 30 to 35 lakh rupees. How come it's possible? Because in 1 acre of land, you are having somewhere about 12,000 of bell pepper with one plant. If you're getting a 3 kgs of production, you are getting a production of somewhere about 30 to 35 tons. And bell pepper, you can get the mean price of $100. So it is like 30 to 35 lakhs per annum. The whole cycle is of the 9 months. So first of all, we have to put our mind कि भाई जहाँ से benefit अच्छा मिले, all those things. Since we are doing the protected cultivation, protected कर रहे हैं, तो expenses high expenses को कैसे overcome करके how I can make the profit. we have to use a number of equipments, AC, pH controls, calculation, and when you make outdoor, when you make indoor farms. So how is the benefits and all those things? A number of things are there, whether to do, what to do, net house, grow bag, poly house. In addition to that, lot of subsidies are available with us with respect to government. Government बहुत सारी subsidy दे रहा है, NHP है, NHM है. People are not aware of the things. Awareness बहुत important है, because in one poly house, suppose you make, you can get a subsidy of somewhere about 20 to 25 lakhs. It is from the National Horticulture Board, it is from the central government, which is in Gurgaon. Delhi में Gurgaon में है, near IFCO Chowk. So one should know how to avail for the subsidy, what are the documents, how to get, because if you're getting some benefit of 20 to 25 lakh per acre, that is, can rotate the whole seed, जो भी आपने कल्टीवेट किया है, नहीं किया है. So you should have an absolutely idea कि क्या कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे, सब्सिडी कैसे आएगा, and all those things are there. I will try to give more emphasis on question answer session, so that if you're having any doubt with respect to, you can say, hydroponic or any type of the protected cultivation, even with respect to crop, with respect to costing, with respect to viability, I will be more than happy to help you out with this, all those things. In addition to that, as far we are considered RISE, we are having our own R&D setup at Ahmedabad, where we are having all type of a farm. We are having a net house, we are having a poly house, we are having temperature control poly house, we have a grow bag, we have a grow slab, we are having container farms, we are having auto fertigation unit, we are having auto dosing unit, sab kuch hai. If anyone wants to visit, anyone wants to see, or if anyone wants to do the internship, all those things, all options are available. You can come, you can visit, you can see, and there are the only few places in India where you can get everything under one place. So like at Ahmedabad, we're having all the facilities. I will request, if someone wants to see, someone wants to learn, they are always welcome with that respect. But there is no doubt about one thing, that over the period of time, all protected cultivation is going to increase like anything, because with respect to environment, it is now very tough to say what is going to happen. Like land is constantly getting shrinked. Koi bhi shahar hai, urban shahar, it is like increasing 2-3 kilometer per annum. इस स्पीड से शहर बढ़ रहा है. Agriculture land is converted into NA and population is increasing. So ultimately खाना तो सब खाएंगे. There is no substitute of food. Human beings will not get charged like a mobile phone. हम मोबाइल की तरह चार्ज नहीं कर सकते. So there will be a constant requirement of a healthy food option. Or if you believe it's not true, if you're going to check it out, the scenario of last 5 to 10 years, organic companies, all those things, market has been boosted in India like anything. That means what? Over the period of time, people like, paying capacity of people is increased. लोगों का खर्चा करने का capacity बढ़ा है. And since खर्चा करने की capacity बढ़ी है, that means what? People are looking for the good food. Like whenever some people use the word like organic, suppose say organic wheat, अगर normal wheat 20-25 रुपए किलो है, तो organic के नाम पे it is surely 45 to 50 rupees per kilo. अच्छा है कि नहीं मैं उस पर कमेंट नहीं करूंगा, but price is surely 2 to 3 fold increase हो जाता है, and people are paying for it because people value good food. A lot of the diseases have came. If you are going to check it out, one thing, पहले जब हम लोग छोटे थे, कैंसर कभी कभार सुनने में आता था कि someone is suffering from cancer, but nowadays you see in almost each and every cities, there's a big cancer hospital dedicated to the cancer only, because अब almost सबके घर में है, and it is not something related to poverty. ये गरीबी से related नहीं है. Something has entered in our food chain. कुछ हमारे food chain में घुस गया है. What is that food? What is that something? That is absolutely the pesticide and all those type of stuff, जो हमको बहुत बीमार कर रहा है. So ultimately अच्छे खाने की डिमांड, अच्छे फूड की डिमांड, पेस्टिसाइड फ्री, all those things is going to increase. See, we don't have an option. ये ऑप्शन नहीं है, नहीं तो आप हॉस्पिटल में पैसा दे के आएंगे. So like healthy foods की constantly demand है, and we have to embrace the technology. जो भी technology available है, we have to embrace them, because then and only we can do the optimum utilization of resources. Like we had made a farm on a rooftop of the Hero Motocorp, Halol, Baroda. We are having a छत के ऊपर बहुत स्पेस है, वहां पे हमने फार्म बनाया है. and उनके जो staff हैं वो लोग lunch वगैरह में they have all those type of healthy food. We had made a rooftop setup at Club 07 अहमदाबाद, छत पे ऊपर जो जगह आइडली किसी तरीके से यूटिलाइज नहीं थी, we can make a farm. इंडोर स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं. फिर अगेन ये हर एक चीजें कस्टमाइज्ड हैं. देयर इज नथिंग लाइक थंब रूल अनलेस अनटिल हम उसकी वायबिलिटी पे स्टडी ना करें, then lot many things does not make a sense. Since we run an organization, हम कंपनी बनाते हैं, चलाते हैं, and for me the viability always plays a very vital role, because जो भी हम करते हैं it is based on absolutely practical experience. For an example, if you're not in a tier 1 tier 2 cities, अगर आप मेट्रोज वगैरह में नहीं हैं, तो मैं लीफी ग्रीन को ग्रो करने का बहुत एडवाइस नहीं करता, बिकॉज इफ यू आर इन से स्मॉलर टाउन, कहीं आप ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आते हैं या छोटे मोटे कस्बे से हैं, तो लाइक हु इज गोइंग टू परचेज द लीफी ग्रीन्स लाइक लोखानो, रेडो, ग्रीनो, केल, सेज, थाइम, बटर, ऑर्गेनो, थैलम, बेसिल, पर्पल बेसिल, पॉक चाय, छोटे शहरों में साहब इनको कौन खरीदेगा? एंड ऑल दीज आर द लीफी ग्रीन्स. लीफी ग्रीन्स आर एक्सट्रीमली पेरिशेबल, जल्दी खराब हो जाते हैं. So it's very important to understand the things. मैं क्या ग्रो कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज बहुत सारे फार्म शट डाउन भी होते हैं. इफ यू हैव नॉट डन अ प्रॉपर स्टडी, आप मान के रखो कि यू मे एंड अप विद द लॉसेस. तो ये कोई गारंटी नहीं है कि इफ समथिंग इज हैपनिंग. प्लस कैसी सिचुएशंस है, लाइक व्हाट इज द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ वाटर, व्हाट इज द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ लाइट, व्हाट इज द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द लेबर, up to what extent you are dedicated to the things. So again there is nothing like thumb rule जैसी कोई चीज नहीं है. Everything is very customized and very specific. For example, कोई चीज अगर दिल्ली एनसीआर में चल रहा है, सेम चीज अगर आपने सपोज बिजनौर में कर दिया या से आपने किसी रिमोट लोकेशन पे कर दिया, तो शायद फ्लॉप हो जाए. ट्रैवलिंग ट्रांसपोर्ट एक हमेशा बहुत एक्सपेंसिव कॉस्ट आजकल हो गया है. इफ यू कंसिडर एनी ट्रक, एनी व्हीकल कर लो, तो 10 रुपए किलोमीटर तो कहीं नहीं गया. So like we have to calculate, we have to considering up to what extent it is a perishable, viability कैसे है. So we have to study everything, and then and only basically we indulge with all this type of agriculture techniques. So this is I have tried to give a small brief. If lot many people might be having a number of questions, I will be more interested in answering the queries and the questions that guys are having, so that I can be very much specific. Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you guys? So I believe Gaurav Suman wants to speak something. If yeah, you can. Gaurav, yeah, Gaurav, you can speak it out. I'm trying to unmute you. If someone is having any doubt, they can speak. I will be more than happy to answer in the best possible ways.
Sir, we'll have question here in the end. We'll open the chat box. You can finish.
Okay, because a lot many people are like they're raising their hands and see. So that is the one thing I have tried to give a brief with respect to the protected cultivation, and see as for the lot many things. I'm so sorry, there was a net issue. I'm so sorry, there was a net issue here at the hotel, but I believe now it's working. So I was talking with respect to the net house. If you're making a net house in some location where there is a heavy monsoon, trust me, you will end up with the mess.
Sir, your presentation is not visible.
1 second, I will just try to again. Actually, there was the issue with the net since I had informed you, because it's happening here at hotel constantly. So that might be the only reason. I believe now it's visible, right? It's visible or not?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So basically a number of things we can grow. There's no doubt about it, but we have to understand everything very keenly. The harsh part of the things that I'm seeing nowadays, the people who are coming out of the educational institute are basically not having the hands-on experience and that's what people are looking for, because they ask एक सिंपल थिंग है, आपकी एजुकेशन मेरे को कैसे बेनिफिट कर सकती है, व्हाट कमिटमेंट यू कैन गिव मी विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू द क्रॉप, लाइक 1 एकड़ में कितना क्रॉप कर सकते हैं, एंड इफ यू डोंट हैव अ हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस, लाइक थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज का कोर एग्रीकल्चर में कुछ फिर वैल्यू नहीं रह जाता. So it is very important कि nowadays are like whatsoever the education you are taking, try to get the hands-on experience, practical exposure on the farm, and try to get exposure from a commercial farm. Like people basically don't know how to operate auto fertigation units and all. So like that's the one thing, आप commercial farms पे जाएं, constant visit करें, because see agriculture का condition तब तक ठीक नहीं होगा unless and until we don't understand how to make money out of it. सिर्फ theoretical या figures में वो बात नहीं हो सकती है. So we have to be very much practical कि भाई इस पूरे system में how basically we can make you can say money out of it, and if you are unable to do it, तो फिर like then it is a very harsh condition. ये तो बड़ी statistic है बात. So we have to study the market. One thing lot many people, the youngster basically miss, like with respect to the market को लेके उनको कुछ idea नहीं होता, what market demands, market demand क्या कर रही है, market के prices के fluctuations कैसे हैं, when market के प्राइस लाइक बढ़ जाता है, प्राइस कम, मार्केट का प्राइस घट जाता है, इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड ऑल दोस टाइप ऑफ थिंग, तो फिर दिक्कत है. लाइक इट will be a very tough for anyone to make the thing profitable. इसको profitable asset के रूप में बनाना, दिखाना, agriculture को करना, and that is the only basic reason. If you're going to check it out, one thing, nowadays lot many people are basically getting away from the agriculture से हट के they are coming to the urban location. वो लोग urban locations पे आ रहे हैं to do the jobs and all those type of stuff, because agriculture को profitable कैसे बनाएं, that is constantly a challenge. वही challenge है, and how to overcome those type of a challenge in the best possible ways. We have to embrace the technology in the best possible ways. We have to check it out the market, and traditional agriculture techniques से, methods से, basically with respect to crop, we have to overcome. For an example, lot many people we have seen in North India, they always say कि सर गेहूं चावल से कुछ हो नहीं पाता, but constantly if you are going to check it out, one thing, पिछले 20 साल से 30 साल से traditionally वही cultivation है, because if कुछ चीजें हो नहीं पा रही हैं तो like फिर तो change करना पड़े ना, that is the only option that we have, and if you're not changing, then it is the issue, then there is a mess. तो अपने को थोड़ा इन सब डायरेक्शंस पे बहुत कीन ऑब्जर्वेशन करना पड़े कि किस चीज की प्राइसेस ज्यादा हो जाती है. लॉट मेनी टाइम इवन यू मस्ट हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड, आलू फेंका जाता है, प्याज फेंका जाता है, प्याज लाइक 2-3 रुपए 5 रुपए भी नहीं मिल पाता, बट कॉन्स्टेंटली वही चीज को अगेन ग्रो करना, कॉन्स्टेंटली ग्रो करना कहाँ तक जायज है, and this is constantly happening, but हम नहीं समझ पा रहे या समझने में दिक्कत है या कहाँ दिक्कत, it is very hard to say. So we have to see the market के ऊपर बिना ध्यान लगाए. In addition to that, I will request everyone, all the growers, farmers, all the people who are associated with it, try to like APMC is the one place where like all the goods get sold out, but अगर आप APMC को छोड़ के कहीं भी बेच सकते हैं, nowadays the whole market is very open, पूरा मार्केट खुला हुआ है. We are having a big basket, we are having Swiggy, we are having Zomato, we are having होरेका मॉडल होटल है, रेस्टोरेंट्स है, कैटरर्स लॉबी है, एंड रीच करना ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन बहुत आसान हो गया है. एक टाइम था रीच करना बहुत चैलेंजिंग था, किसी का कॉन्टेक्ट नंबर नहीं मिलता था, फोन नहीं मिलता था, एड्रेस नहीं मिलता था, बट नाउ डेज एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल ऑनलाइन, सब कुछ अवेलेबल है. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम मार्केट, लाइक अपार्ट फ्रॉम APMC मार्केट, इफ यू आर एबल टू सेल एनीवेयर, आपको 2 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा ही मिलेगा किलो के पीछे. सो लाइक थोड़ा सा हमको एक ट्रेडिशनल सोच से थोड़ा सा ऊपर उठना पड़े. दैट इज द वन थिंग आई विल रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल द अपकमिंग गाइज जो लोग एग्रीकल्चर में होंगे, बिकॉज सी only we have to focus on couple of things. We should give a healthy option, we should give a cost effective option, और मार्केट में अच्छा प्राइस भी मिले, एंड बिगेस्ट थ्रेट इज द एनवायरमेंटल अनस्टेबिलिटी. when I use word like environmental instability, कभी भी बरसात होता है, कभी भी कुछ भी होता है. एनवायरमेंटल कब यू मस्ट हैव ऑब्जर्व पिछले 3-4 साल में सर्दियों में बहुत सर्दी नहीं होती, कभी भी बरसात होती है. समर्स उतने एक्सट्रीम नहीं होते जितने होने चाहिए, समर के बीच में भी बरसात होती है. व्हेन योर फूड गेट राइप, जब आप फसल काटने का टाइम है उस समय बरसात होती है, काफी नुकसान होता है. लाइक इफ यू आर गोइंग टू चेक इट आउट, द रिसेंट एग्जांपल, जब गेहूं की फसल थी, लाइक व्हेन देयर वर द सीजन ऑफ व्हीट, एट टाइम ऑफ हार्वेस्टिंग बरसात हो रही थी, तो लाइक व्हीट का प्रोडक्शन कम हो गया और क्वालिटी भी इंफीरियर हो गया. तो वी हैव टू गिव अ थॉट कि हम इन सब चैलेंजेस से कैसे ऊपर उठ सकें, क्या कर सकें. सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स I believe one should always consider and should always take care. And now I will request, like, if you're having any doubt, any questions, any queries, I will be more than happy to solve them. Over to you, Ruchika ji. अगर किसी को कोई doubt है, like if they are having any questions, few people have raised their hand. If you can unmute them, I will be more than happy to answer their queries or the questions with respect to all type of the protected farming.
Sure, sir.
So, Mickey Mina, I believe he want to ask something. Then there. Shrishika ji, if you can unmute.
Sir,
Yeah.
To all the participants, kindly put your questions in the chat box so we can answer each and every questions.
And I will request, like, if anyone wants to know anything with respect to subsidy, polyhouse structure, costing, like whatsoever with the selling market, because we are in the market from a very long time. So I can help you out with each and everything with respect to the protected cost, protected cultivation cost or whatsoever.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, sir.
Very good evening, ma'am.
Sir, actually, I want to know only what about shrubs and what about climbers? Like, can they be grown hydroponically? Like about climbers, there are some medicinal crops.
You just name with the crop. See, we can grow kalmek. We had grown shatavari. We had even made a farm at Ahmedabad for Konar Group. Konar Group is you can say share market listed company. They supply active ingredient to the pharmaceutical company than Ayurvedic companies. So of course we can grow. We can grow herbs, we can grow shrubs, we can grow kalmek, we can grow ashwagandha, we can grow mulethi, we can grow Withania somnifera. Of course we can grow. In fact, we are growing. But the thing is that for the normal person, it is very challenging to sell to the pharmaceutical companies or the Ayurvedic companies, because uske user बहुत specific है. Suppose you are having, say, 1 ton of ashwagandha. There's only couple of pharmaceutical companies जो purchase करेंगे. Normal public उसको purchase नहीं करेगा. So they may exploit you. Unless and until आप उस business में पहले से हैं और selling जानते हैं, then it make a sense. For an example, when it comes to the export of the haldi, what we call the turmeric, if your haldi is not having a curcumin percentage is more than 6%, you can't export to America. Only the turmeric, like the Lokodong variety, which are found in Meghalaya and Assam, are having a curcumin percentage of somewhere about 8.5 and plus. Maximum जो इंडिया में यूज होता है, it is a Salem turmeric. Salem turmeric का 102 के बीच में curcumin percentage है. Lot many people grow, फिर बोलते हैं सर मेरा माल ही एक्सपोर्ट नहीं होता. भाई होगा भी नहीं, because you don't know the basic benchmark कि वो एक्सपोर्ट होता किस बेसिस पे है.
Okay.
तो आप कुछ ऐसा
सर
लगाते
जैसे
हैं.
अश्वगंधा हो गया आपका, जैसे अश्वगंधा बताया आपने, जिंजर टर्मरिक, ये सब रूट्स हैं, राइजोम्स है, ट्यूबर्स हैं, ये सब है. तो सर इनके लिए ये एनएफटी वगैरह, लाइक जिसमें पानी में डिप होता है प्लांट, वही यूज कर सकते हैं हम?
नहीं, वो नहीं करते. फिर इसके लिए हम लोग ग्रो बैग सिस्टम करते हैं. वी आर हैविंग द ग्रो बैग्स, वी आर हैविंग द ग्रो सिस्टम. ऑफ कोर्स.
तो सर अगर हमें एनएफटी में चाहिए हमें कोई प्लांट, बट हमें स्टार्टिंग से देखना है, उसका बिगिनिंग स्टेज फ्रॉम द सीड.
NFT में रूट वाले प्लांट नहीं होते. सी ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, वी ट्राई टू पुट ओनली दोज टाइप ऑफ द प्लांट इन NFT चैनल्स जिसकी 3-4 महीने की पूरी लाइफ साइकिल हो. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग, द मोर प्लांट्स आर इन द वाटर, रूट रॉटिंग के पॉसिबिलिटीज हाई होते हैं, इररेस्पेक्टिव आपकी कितनी एक्सपर्टाइज हो. सी ट्रॉक practical when you do it on a commercial way. For an example, हम लोगों ने डच बकेट्स पे बेल पेपर भी लगाए हैं, ग्रो बैग्स पे भी बेल पेपर लगाए हैं. बेल पेपर का if you are going to check it out the production, it is a very good in a grow bag or a grow slab. What is the basic reason? लगातार पानी में रहने से if आपने 1-2 दिन भी कुछ आपसे लापरवाही हुई, रूट रॉटिंग हो जाएगी. You will end up with the root rotting, क्योंकि 9 मंथ की क्रॉप है, 9 महीने तक पानी रूट्स पानी में रहेंगे. So basically when it comes to the NFT, we try to go with the crop with you can say shorter span of time. For example, any let us say Locano, Redo, Greeno, Kale, Sage, Thyme, Butterhead, Oregano, Italian basil, purple basil, pok choy. अब जितना भी lettuce है 10 to 15 days they are in a germination, they comes to the NFT for 30 to 35 days. 35 days में कोई root rotting नहीं होने वाली, short span of time है. In addition to that, no doubt कोई नहीं होने वाला, मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि अगर आपने ऑक्सीजन कंसंट्रेशन ये सब कम किया तो भी नहीं होगा. बट स्टिल एज कंपेयर टू 9 मंथ, इफ यू आर गोइंग टू आस्क फॉर द बेल पेपर, उसकी 9 मंथ की साइकिल है, प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई है, वहां पे प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई है कि रूट रॉटिंग हो जाएगा. सो वी हैव टू कंसीडर, बिकॉज व्हेन यू गो डू समथिंग ऑन ए स्केल, जब हम एक स्केल पे खेलते हैं तो ये सब चीजें बहुत मायने रखती हैं कि आप कौन से सिस्टम ऑप्ट करो. दैट्स व्हाट आई टोल्ड इन स्टार्टिंग. एक्साइटमेंट में NFT सुनने में अच्छा लगता है तो NFT ऑप्ट कर लेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है. वी हैव टू चेक इट आउट द वायबिलिटी. आप कहाँ से बोल रहे हैं? फ्रॉम वेयर यू आर लोकेटेड?
सर आई एम फ्रॉम देहरादून.
यू आर फ्रॉम देहरादून. चलो अच्छा है कि वो कैपिटल है.
एक्चुअली मैं PhD स्कॉलर है.
ओके, तो वी बेसिकली ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग. जहां पे लाइट कटती है, लाइट का इशू है, आपको NFT इन सब में जाना ही नहीं चाहिए, बिकॉज उसमें देयर 2 थिंग्स आर देयर. वन थिंग, देयर शुड बी कांस्टेंट सर्कुलेशन ऑफ वाटर. हम इंडिया में वो काम नहीं करते. वी मेक अ सिस्टम इन अ सच अ वे दैट एट एनी गिवन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम 1 सेंटीमीटर ऑफ वाटर शुड बी ऑलवेज इन NFT चैनल. व्हाट डज इट डज? इट हेल्प यू टू सेव द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. हाउ कम? जो हमारा पंप है, इट वर्क्स इन अ रेशियो ऑफ 10:2 और 10:3. दैट मीन्स व्हाट? 10 मिनट बंद रहता है, 2-3 मिनट चालू होता है, तो 24 घंटे में इट ओनली वर्क फॉर 4 to 5 hours. सो यू सेव इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. In addition to that, कभी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चला गया, this 1 centimeter of water will enable your plant to survive for at least 6 to 7 hours. अगर आपने if you are going to check it out the abroad, say the Netherlands, say the Israel, they give a slope. वो लोग slope करते हैं, there is the constant flow of water. But हम स्लोप नहीं करते बिकॉज इंडिया में लाइट कभी भी जा सकता है, इररेस्पेक्टिव आप कहाँ पे रहे. आप देहरादून में हैं लेकिन लाइट तो कटता ही होगा कभी ना कभी. कुछ नहीं तो बरसात हो रही इसलिए लाइट काट दी. And up to what extent you are having a backup of generator, DGs and all those type of stuff. So हम लोग वैसा system, and if you are going to compare that thing with the cocoa grow bag or a grow slab, बेसिकली 10 to 15 मिनट मॉर्निंग में आपने ड्रिप लगा दिया एरो ड्रिपर के थ्रू और 10 मिनट शाम को. हार्डली यू नीड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फॉर 20 to 25 मिनट्स. इन एडिशन टू दैट, जब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रहेगा, एयर सर्कुलेशन फैन वर्क करेगा, नहीं रहेगा तो नहीं करेगा. तो एटलीस्ट आपकी डिपेंडेंसी कम हो जाती है, एंड दैट वी हैव टू चेक इट आउट. अगर आप मेट्रोज में है, कैपिटल में है, तो लाइट वाइट का ठीक हिसाब किताब है. बट इफ यू आर इन अ रूरल एरिया, अगर आप देहरादून से कहीं ऊपर चले जाते हैं, सुरकंडी देवी में चले जाते हैं, वहां पे लाइट का हिसाब किताब क्या है? So we have to understand all those things, otherwise there will be a mess. Hope I tried to given the answer of your question. If you're having any further question, you can go ahead.
Sir, next question is, how does the resource usage and yield varies in the hydroponic farming as compared to the traditional farming?
There see, the lot of things are there which is practically not possible in the traditional farming. For an example, if you are in a Delhi NCR and if you want to supply the lettuce and all those things, if you are going to ask the today's rate, if you are going to open the big basket, all those things, basically over 1,000 rupees kilo. 1,000 रुपए ऊपर का बिग बास्केट का दिल्ली का रेट. यू कैन जस्ट क्रॉस चेक. व्हाई आई हैड गिवन एग्जांपल ऑफ बिग बास्केट? बिकॉज इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा रिटेल चेन है. इस मौसम में करना, जमीन पे प्रैक्टिकली करना पॉसिबल नहीं. समर में एक्सपेंसिव है. समर में व्हेन आउटसाइड टेम्परेचर इज 50 डिग्री, तो आप करोगे कैसे? how you are going to grow. Even the things like palak and all those type of stuff, इसके prices 200 को 250 को cross कर जाते हैं, because इतनी extreme summer में हो ही नहीं पाएगा. Here comes the role of hydroponic. आपने temperature control किया, you have controlled the temperature, आपके अंदर का control temperature है. Root zone का temperature 20 से 25 तक है. You are having the chiller inside it. आप खेत में chiller कैसे लगा दोगे साहब? It is not possible. वो नहीं हो सकता है, बट यहाँ पे किया जा सकता है. Since we are able to grow the temperature, since we are able to control the temperature, we are able to control the root zone. See, बाहर का टेम्परेचर समर में 50 को हिट हो जाता है. So what basically happen? बाहर का टेम्परेचर 50 का टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल आपने फार्म बनाया, अंदर का टेम्परेचर 35-36 है. Then comes we put a chiller. Chiller से we make sure the root zone temperature, the water which is touching the root, that water should be having a temperature of between 20 to 25, 20 से 25 के बीच में होता है. And you get a very excellent production. We are having like one of the biggest farm of Delhi NCR is the Fambo farm, which is at somewhere about 5 kilometer from Pari Chowk. Pari Chowk से 5 kilometer पे Greater Noida पे Ecotech 2 में LG Chowk से 1.5. Like whole summer they got a fabulous production. बहुत अच्छा production हुआ था, and they had made a very good amount of money. क्योंकि मार्केट का राजा वही है जिसके पास एक्सट्रीम कंडीशन में माल है. आप मेरे को बोलो विंटर में मेरे पास पालक है, तो पूरे गांव के पास पालक है साहब, वो 5 रुपए गड्डी उसका रिटेल का भाव है. राजा वो है जो जून और जुलाई में पालक लेके बैठा है. ही इज द किंग ऑफ मार्केट. बरसात में जिसके पास माल है, बरसात में जिसके पास धनिया पत्ती, ही इज द किंग ऑफ मार्केट. जो गर्मी में धनिया पत्ती लेके बैठा है वो मार्केट का राजा है. हेंस मैं हमेशा एम्फेसिस करता हूँ कि मार्केट पे बहुत फोकस होना चाहिए हमारा, बहुत फोकस. मार्केट सिखाता है, मार्केट हमें सिखाता है कि प्राइस कब बढ़ता है. जब प्राइस होता है तब माल ही नहीं होता साहब अपने पास. तो और यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज है, आप ऑफ सीजन में कैसे अच्छा कमा सकते हैं. होप मैंने ट्राई किया आंसर देने का. रेस्ट अप टू यू.
Yes, sir. Yadnesh, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Jagtap ji, you can ask sir if you want to ask something. Yeah, this Jagtap ji. I don't know. Yeah,
So-
hi. Yeah, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sudhi.
Yeah.
Actually, my question is, the seeds for the hydroponic is very costly in India. So how we can reduce the cost of the seeds? And if we go for the quality seeds, it's highly impossible to buy that for a small farmer.
See, try to understand one thing, sir. You are absolutely right. See, it's not with respect to anything which is a quality, it is expensive. Anything which is having a quality, see, try to understand one thing, sir. If you are opting for the hydroponic, if you're asking for the cocoa grow pack, the type of the seeds for the say the vine crop that we use, you can say if it is from the Rizwan, if it is from the Yuxel, tentatively generally it costs 6 rupees per seed. But try to understand one thing. आपको एक bell pepper भी extra आ गया. If you are getting a one extra bell pepper, all 6 rupees is compensated because currently now if you are going to check it out, bell pepper is very expensive. Retail का price करीब 120 rupees के 2 pieces आ रहे हैं. आपने 6 रुपए seed में लगाया, I absolutely agree, but it ensure कि you get a very good quality. You get a good quality. Otherwise, seeds are available in the market. Indian में आपको 50 पैसे 1 रुपए में आएगा. But if 1 rupee seed is giving you 1 kg of production, and if 6 rupees seed is giving you 3 kg of production, it's.
My interest of question is actually, cost is not a matter for hydroponic. Actually, I accept that. But problem is for small size farmers, they cannot buy kilos of seeds. And all big players, they sell it in the kilos. Hello?
Sir, is the question audible to you?
So his network is gone.
So sorry, I'm back. I'm so sorry. There was a bad connection. So basically, I was trying to say try to understand one thing. Those company has invested 40 year, 50 year in research and R&D. R&D, the burning of money. उन्होंने पैसा बर्न किया है. अब जिसने बर्न किया है वो 2 पैसा, if he is trying to gain 2 penny out of it, then there is nothing wrong. In addition to that, they give assurance with respect to the germination. There is more than 90% of the germination, and when it's crop, see, in 1 acre, if you're going English cucumber, and if you're having a seeds of say Yuxel, 52, 32, 50 to 32, we had got a production of over 55 ton to 60 ton in 3 months of time. 110 days is a complete cycle, and if you are able to sell at a price of say $25, so you had made 7 to 8 lakh rupees out of it. एक अच्छा खासा पैसा आपने बनाया है, which won't be possible otherwise. In addition to that, when it comes to the protected farming, you should be very much sure that that should be a seed, should be self-pollinated. In polyhouse, you don't have butterfly, you don't have honeybees. In foreign, people use the bumblebees, but bumblebees is banned in India. आप common seed लोगे, there will be a vegetative growth. Fruits का growth ही नहीं होगा because it is not self-pollinated. Pollination and lotment, like lotment time, you know, we have to do a manual pollination if you're going to opt for say the muskmelon, watermelon. In that case, we have to do the manual pollination. Self-pollinated seeds are not available. So these are the things I do agree as compared to the traditional seeds or the local seeds are on the upper side. But if you're going to check it out, the quality and the taste of the product, because if it is not true, then why it is getting sold? It is as simple as that. All like the good quality of the lettuce seed, if it is a pelleted one, it will cost you tentative 1 rupee. But in 1 rupee, if you are getting a weight of 200 gram or 250 gram, it is worth. Instead of using something from 10 paisa, but it is having a weight of 50 gram or 60 gram, what you saved? You saved about 90 paisa. What you lost a weight of 150 grams. And these are the exotic varieties. Those guys are growing from years and years. हमने तो अभी launch हुआ है, like seedless cucumber, English cucumber, all those things पिछले 5-10 साल में लोगों ने देखा है. नहीं तो इंडिया के जो खीरे आते थे कैसे आते थे? It was having big seeds, किसी भी कलर के होते थे, like it can be of green, it can be of gray color, and it can have any shape, and you can't grow in any season. It is very specific that only in summer only you get a cucumber. Now we get summer, winter, monsoon. We are having English cucumber. It is absolutely seedless. Kadwa kabhi bhi nahi niklega. So when all those are benefits you are getting, of course, sir, you have to pay. And there is no.
And one more question from my side. Actually, I want to know more about the subsidy schemes for polyhouses and fisheries. Like scenario is actually.
It is more than
farmer
hours and
has a-
hours, sir. It is more
Sorry?
than hours. It's hours and hours of discussion, sir. There are the 2 bodies in India which give subsidy. One is the NHB, National Horticulture Board, which is taken care by the central government. One is the NHM, National Horticulture Mission, which is taken care by the state government. So first of all, we have to decide from where we have to go. Either you can opt for only one, either from central or from state. Going with the center is very advisable option because lot many time people are not aware. So going with the NHB, National Horticulture Board, in that case, taking loan is a compulsory part. You get a credit link subsidy. वो loan में से minus होता है. It is deducted from a loan. And subsidy is always based on the component. For example, you are making a poly house. 844 rupees per square meter is the rate of a poly house divided by 2. Uska 50% you will get a subsidy. 5,60,000 is with respect to cost of cultivation. So on any poly house, you can get a maximum subsidy of 19,68,000. Then for a boring, if you're having a boring, there you get a subsidy of 2.5 lakh. That is the government considered. So 1.25 would be the subsidy. Uska 50%. So basically, it is a very specific component to component. You get a subsidy with respect to components, sir, and it will take another 2-3 years if you want to get detail into the subsidy, who provides what are the document. You have to go online, you have to fill the form to understand all those things. It take a time, sir. By chance, if you want to know the one-to-one thing, you can note down like my contact number. My number is like 7575 8099.
Is that can you put it on the chat so that I can copy that?
I am uttering it. If you can make a note of it, it is a 7575.
I'm driving, in fact, actually. I don't have. Okay.
Sir, you can just type rise hydroponic. You will get all the information. You can just put it out there.
Rise hydroponic, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll do that. And one more quick question, actually. If I
It is a third question, sir. It is a
No,
third
no, this
question.
is last question.
Lot many
Last
people
question.
must be having the question, sir.
Last question. Actually, I am working on the NLM scheme right now. I'm availing that. I'm almost about to avail that NLM scheme. But farmers has to, is that mandatory that they have to do the collateral of their land? If the collateral given to
Try to
one scheme,
understand one thing, land can't be collateral. No one can sell your agricultural land. कोई नहीं बेच सकता. So you have to put something like FD, something like property, something like flat or non-agricultural land. Agricultural land can't be collateral at any given point of time. Even bank don't take. If you're having 100 acres of agricultural land, उसका collateral value 0 है.
just like coming from the meeting one of the officer of the bank, what they say is actually when you have a constructing a physical asset on the
Sir,
land,
they
that land
take
has
the
to be
land. They
collateral.
take a land, but they don't consider it. Suppose if you are making a polyhouse of 50 lakh rupees, 25% should be like 75% would be the loan and 25% would be a capital contribution from your side. So in that 75%, no doubt they will keep land, because 3 year is the lock-in period. It is a lock-in period. You can't sell. If you have done some nonsense, some nuisance, if you have sold your poly house, government will take their subsidy back. 3 year is the lock-in period if you are going with the NHB. So they make sure the land should not be sold at any given point of time. And on document, it is always in their records. They make sure where they had given subsidy with respect to the poly house, they make sure. And agricultural land is never a collateral, but they keep a document for the land, because you should not sell a land.
Okay.
But it is not collateral. Collateral
Okay.
means आपने गिरवी रखा है. If you want to get 40 lakh and if you're having 100 acre of land, that 40 lakh is not compensated. आपके land का value 40 crore हो सकता है. For 40 lakh, you should have a FD, you should have a commercial property, commercial building, flat, ये सब included है. And ये बहुत specific scenario है which changes from person to person. Suppose you are a businessman, you are having a 5 crore in a bank at any given point of time. At that time, आपकी credibility पे वो लोग दे देते हैं.
Okay.
They consider your credibility, then they give. So it is a very specific question, varies from person to person. उसका civil score कितना ये है. And taking loan is a compulsory part. वो compulsory part है. It is not option, because it is a credit link subsidy. Loan में से minus होता है, sir.
Why this question is actually I am working as a consultant. I have an investor, I have a land bank owners. I have to bridge them, but bank is again giving the big hurdle for me. That's the reason I asked this question.
Because they had never done, they had not made any form with respect to NHB, National Horticulture Board. Who is going to make a document? If you are going to go for a home loan, they already have a document. Bas naam badalna, wo badalna, click and done. But who is going to do in this particular case? There is a bunch of documents they have to make. So hurdle hai. And it can be any bank. Any bank means NHB is having the list of the bank. IFC codes se cross check karte hain. SBI, Canara Bank, Dena Bank, Bank of Baroda, SDFC Bank, ICICI, all banks are included. And we
Just
do
I had a meeting with Bank of Baroda officer, Bangalore head office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Yadnesh is asking that he's from Pune and he's willing to take the NFT setup from Rice Hydroponics. How to take that setup?
Sir, first of all, I will gently request everyone, before taking any setup, before dealing with anyone, at least try to see their 3 to 4 farms. Because in India, many people are consultant. They had not made any farm, and the way I told them, NFT is coming from 90 rupees meter to 560 rupees per meter. It get adulterated with the calcium. आपको जिस रेट पे चाहिए वो रेट पे दे दूंगा. Like if you're going with food grade UPVC virgin plastic heavy metal free, इसका raw material ही 185 rupees kilo पे आता है. People are looking for 140. So what is the option? Give adulteration. For an example, पानी का बॉटल है, पीने का पानी का बॉटल कितने का आता है? 10 रुपए का आता है. टपरवेयर का बॉटल 300 का आता है या 400 का आता है. दोनों सेम तो नहीं होगा ना. देयर माइट बी सम डिफरेंस. दैट इज द बीपीए फ्री. इसमें 6 महीने में एक्सपायरी होता है. इट इज एब्सोल्युटली सील्ड बॉटल, क्लोज बॉटल है, तो भी 6 महीने का एक्सपायरी. भाई कैसा है? बिकॉज इन 6 months दैट मच ऑफ plastic is mixed with the water, which is not fit for the drinking. So unless and until you don't understand the component, and lot many people when they talk, sir वो 170 में दे रहा है, आप 180 में दे रहे हो, भाई मैं 90 में दे दूंगा. सर द बॉटम लाइन इज दैट आप मेरे से भी डील करें, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सी 2-3 फार्म्स, आप किसी से भी बात करें उसके 2-3 फार्म देखें वेदर उसने सही में कुछ किया है कि बस बातें हैं. मेरे से भी परचेस करें, डोंट बिलीव ऑन माय वर्ड, कम सी कौन सा सिस्टम लगाना है, ऑटोमेशन कैसा है, कितने फैन लगेंगे, क्या लगेंगे, नहीं तो you will end up with a blunder, sir. Or try to see the farm which are in extreme condition. Extreme मतलब दिल्ली एनसीआर में देखो, जहां पे समर भी एक्सट्रीम है और विंटर भी एक्सट्रीम है. समर 50 को हिट करता है, विंटर भी 5 से बिलो है. इफ समवन कैन सस्टेन इन एक्सट्रीम कंडीशन, तो नॉर्मल कंडीशन में वो तो काम ही कर जाएगा. फर्स्ट थिंग आपको किसी से पूछना चाहिए, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड वो क्या बता रहा है, कितने फैन, और उसके बाद पोलाइटली बोलो कि सर कहीं फार्म रहेगा तो बताओ ना, मैं देख के आता हूँ. पैन इंडिया में ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, एक कॉमर्शियल फार्म लगाएंगे ना, 35-40 लाख का इन्वेस्टमेंट है. 40 लाख के इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए सर्वे में आपने 50,000 खर्च भी कर दिया तो देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग, बट आपको एक रियलिटी पता लगेगा उसने कुछ किया भी है कि नहीं किया है, ये बस बातें हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल सब लोग सब्सिडी की बातें करते हैं, एनएचबी से मैं दिला दूंगा, ये दिलवा दूंगा, फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर देखेंगे शॉक्ड हो जाएंगे कितने लोगों को सब्सिडी आती है. सिंस ये बात स्टार्ट हुई है तो कितनी क्यूरीज आती हैं, कितने जनरेट्स होते हैं, इफ यू विल चेक इट आउट यू विल प्रैक्टिकली गेट शॉक्ड. अभी एक बात जब स्टार्ट हुई है मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि सब्सिडीज कितने लोगों को है आती. जस्ट आई विल ट्राई टू शो यू. आई बिलीव यू कैन सी माई गूगल स्क्रीन, राइट?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah. 1 second. National Horticulture Board. Yeah, we got it here. Oh, shit. Yeah. 1 second. I won't be taking much of time. CPSC. आपको एकदम लेटेस्ट दिखाता हूँ. 28/7 कब मीटिंग हुआ, कितने लोगों के पास हुए. जनरली मीटिंग हैपन once in a month और twice in a month. एंड ये गवर्नमेंट के पोर्टल्स पे अवेलेबल है, ऐसा नहीं कि मैंने बोल दिया और आप बिलीव कर लो. एनीवन कैन ओपन nhb.gov.in. कब हुआ? 28/7 28/7. 4th मीटिंग पीपीएससी कहाँ पे हुआ था? कृषि इंस्टीट्यूट बागवानी, नेशनल हॉर्टिकल्चर बोर्ड. 152 फाइल्स था. 37 को आईपीए का अप्रूवल है, 31 को क्लैरिफिकेशन, 84 इज रिजेक्टेड. रिजेक्टेड मतलब नहीं आना, विड्रॉ आउट. और ये जो 37 भी आपको अप्रूव दिख रहा है इसमें भी लाइक क्यूरीज आर देयर. क्यूरीज है ना ये सब. किसका है, किसका फाइल है? तालुका सोना कुकुड़गामा में. सो कहने का मतलब क्या है कि कभी भी इन सब में पढ़े तो पहले सामने वाले को देखें वो कितना कर पाता है. ऑल्दो इट इज अप्रूव्ड बट क्यूरीज आर देयर.
Thank
तो
you,
सर
sir.
मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप मेरे से भी डील करें तो पहले कुछ फार्म देखें कि उसके एनएफटी 1-2 साल बाद कैसे हो जाते हैं. एंड इफ समवन इज अनेबल टू शो द फार्म्स एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स तो उससे खरीदने का मतलब नहीं है, चाहे वो मैं ही क्यों ना हूं. Otherwise, sir, I will request you can come down at Ahmedabad at any given point of time. We have our own R&D setup. You can see pan India we are having a farm. You can visit some extreme level के farms देखें and we can of course work it out, sir. No worries at all. आप खरीद सकते हैं, sir. We have everything.
Thank you, sir. Our participants, the information provided by you is highly knowledgeable and it is useful for them. So they'll contact you through your website and your mobile number shared for the further information. And we are extremely thankful for your for this wonderful lecture that is based on hydroponics.
The pleasure all mine, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving time.
Thank you, sir. Now coming to the next session, I would like to welcome Dr. Vinita Kumari ma'am. Dr. Vinita Kumari ma'am, Deputy Director, Gender Studies. Before asking her to deliver her lecture, I would like to briefly introduce her. First of all, she is a MSc and a PhD in Home Science Extension Education, and she is also a gold medalist. She is presently heading the Manage Center for Gender in Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, Urban Farming, and Principal Coordinator of PGDAM program at Manage. Ma'am had previously worked as Assistant Professor, Extension and Communication Management in College of Home Science, Central Agriculture University, Meghalaya, for more than 13 years. She was primarily involved in teaching, research, and outreach activities of the college. During this period, she was in charge of academics and examination for more than 2 years, in charge for annual quarterly report of the college, newsletter information, compilation, etc. Her areas of specialization include women empowerment, gender studies, women in agriculture, community nutrition, rural development, foods and nutritional security, urban agriculture, and microgreens. She was awarded Young Scientist Award, Young Teacher Award, Excellence in Teaching Award through various organizations. She has 23 published research articles in referred academic national and international journals and various book chapters. I welcome you, ma'am, for this lecture.
Thank you, Ruchika, for introducing me before the audience, and a very good evening to one and all. So, this session I will be talking about digital agriculture, but as it has been mentioned in my introduction, I talk about gender in agriculture. I am a gender specialist. So the focus of my discussion today would be on women farmers, women entrepreneurs, women agri startups, how digital agriculture can be integrated with the women farmers, and it can benefit them to harness their potential at the maximum. So I would be sharing my screen. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible.
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about opportunities and challenges for women entrepreneurs in new age digital agriculture. We all know that we all are living in the digital age. This is the digital age where internet, digital media, social media has penetrated every house, every sector, and majority of us are trying to harness the benefits utility of this. We have come to the in stage of artificial intelligence now, where artificial intelligence is being replacing the human intelligence, human manpower, human resources. So in agriculture, we know that agriculture is labor intensive. It is lot of work is still being carried out manually, even whether we talk about men or we talk about women, but still mechanization, automation, precision farming, all this has not reached the level it is in our other developed nations. So here it is very important that we start talking about digital agriculture and how we can make these technologies easily available to the women farmers who are the pillars of agriculture in today's era, where we say that agriculture is feminized. It is a feminization in agriculture where more than 2/3 of the works in agriculture and the life sector is being shouldered by women farmers. And we also see many women entrepreneurs budding up now. Many our women graduates or at the micro level, small level, medium level, whatever, but lot of agri startups is being run by the women. But mostly if you see that it operates at a very informalized way. The women entrepreneurs, the majority of them are operating in a very informal way. So a lot of formalization is required is first thing, and then how we can integrate digital media into their startups, into their entrepreneurship is the talk of my today's discussion. So we all understand that in agriculture sector also we are now talking about drones, we are talking of precision agriculture, we are talking of artificial intelligence, data driven agriculture. Lot such jargons and technical terms are being used, but we have to understand that 75-80% of the responsibilities activities are being taken over by women. So to what extent are we extending these knowledge, these technologies, these innovations to the women farmers, and if it is accessible to them, do they have a control over the usage of these technologies? Are they equipped enough to make use of these skills, this knowledge, so that agriculture can really prosper? We This year, India is leading G20 nations. So, host of activities has been carried out during this from right 1st December, and it will conclude on 30th November. Is till where India is celebrating this G20 and presiding over G20 nations activities, and in agriculture also. Under this G20, our government has identified women-led development, women is led agri startups, innovations, digital literacy, financial literacy as one of the most important themes for the growth and development of the nation. So when we talk of women-led development, digital literacy, financial literacy, we need to see that where are our women farmers, where they stand in these technical world. So this is the main objective of our session today, so that I'll be talking to how we can bring agriculture and technology together for the benefit of our women folk. So here we understand that there are lot of agricultural innovations are there, technologies are there, and lot many IT enabled innovations and technologies have been made available for use, and some of these are still being explored by our men farmers. But women, we have to specifically think that firstly we have to check on their socio-economic background. The background means their educational status, the role that they perform, their economic status. So all these are some of the factors that will decide upon the growing role of digital agriculture in India, because women are the ones who are carrying majority of the activities. So we have to fuse these advanced technologies and agricultural practices into the day-to-day activities that is being taken over, not only in agriculture but as an entrepreneurship also, because entrepreneurship is one area where we look that we hope that women will benefit more in terms of earnings, in terms of income, and also it will say lot of wastages that goes where due to poor storage and warehousing facilities, and due to lack of food processing technologies. And also entrepreneurship is one way by which we can reduce the waste for post harvest management losses. We can increase the income, add value to the product, because when it is processed into some definitely it gives them more economic value to them. So these are the areas, that is why now women farmers are to be transformed into women entrepreneurs. Every women farmer should also be a women entrepreneur. They should not only be just producing and they don't come into the marketing world directly. Either they are very limited role in that they will be, have a limited role to sell it in the village market and the local areas, or either it will be handed over to the family members or other some middlemen brokers, but they don't go to the marketing. But once they embrace digital agriculture, things will become very convenient, very easy for them. Because why women don't enter into marketing? Because mobility is one of the concern. Major thing is that women are not allowed to enter into physical market because of their class structure, because of the caste structure, because of the different responsibilities that the triple burden that women play of home, of farm, on farm activities. So they are having a lot of time constraints also. So different factors limit the presence of women into the physical market. But now this digital, this internet, their e-commerce has e-marketing has given new scope, new opportunities to women farmers, that wherever they are, they can easily sell and buy inputs also. For not only sell, they can buy and they can negotiate with their buyers and sellers very easily, conveniently. So this is where is the growing role of digital agriculture, which can be very befitting to our women farmers, women entrepreneurs. And so digital agriculture will definitely help in increasing the productivity, because it will be a smart decisions taken, where the resources that will go into the agricultural practices, that will be optimized. Optimal utilization of the resources can be there through precision agriculture, through data driven agriculture. So that will definitely increase productivity and also give more profitability to our women also. And so we need to harness these different opportunities that lie in the digital agriculture world. And to give an overview of the digital agriculture, we all are might be familiar with these terms like precision farming. Precision farming, as the name suggests, precision in a precise amount, very specific quantity. So we know that the farmers, due to ignorance, due to lack of proper knowledge and technology, are rampantly using chemicals, fertilizers, insecticides, in the hope that the more they use, the more productivity it will have. The more they use, the more better pest management and nutrient management it will offer to them. But it is where we are wasting the, not only wasting the resources, we are impacting the environment also by making our soil toxic with these chemicals and poisonous, harmful chemicals, and at the same time wasting the resources of the country by using it in overdoses of these different inputs. So precision farming gives one opportunity where through programming, through different softwares, and it will analyze the field, it will analyze the plant, and a specific needed as per the specific requirement of the crop, field, or the land, or the plant. It will advise you how much nutrients, how much inputs should go into that. So precision farming is gives the opportunity for optimal utilization of resources, saves the our economic resources, our environment, our soil, our health also in that way. We have Internet of Things. Internet of Things offers a lot of things where we are using GPS, we are now using drones, we are using smart equipments. So these are a lot many things that we are now doing on internet. A lot of programmed softwares are there that guide farmers, and they give them advisories and advices how to do and how to go about it for different cultivation practices. And then we have the data analytics. Nowadays the data is very important here. So whatever the decisions that is taken by the farmers should be based on the data, what the trend is, the analysis suggests. So we need to have, so this type of digital agriculture will be one area that will pool all the data, and it will be readily available on the click of our mouse. If we want data with respect to any specific crop, with respect to any specific given conditions, the data can be utilized to make a smart decision, or that we also say as data driven decision making. So what the data analysis suggests, so farmer will be guided with those, and it will be a very scientific, very relevant outcome or the interpretation that will help farmers to make smart decisions. We also have smart equipments. Smart equipments, as I mentioned, that we are sensors are being used now. drones are there. Drones are also there now. Fertilizer, it is eliminating human resources that are specifically analyzes, and sensors will be there that will sense how much is specific. If there are 1 acre of land, maybe may not be that all the 1 acre of land require the same amount of nutrient or the insecticides or the pesticides. Specific each plant is, so it will be so uh, highly active sensor will be so advanced that is plant to plant requirement it can sense, and accordingly it will apply, and it will, so a lot many such smart equipments are also available to increase productivity and save the resources. Like we have the e-commerce and marketplaces where all in e-marketing, digital marketing, and e-trading is happening, where there is no need to go into a physical market with the goods and spend lot of money in the logistics, and sometimes it is not assured also that if we go with our goods or with our harvest produce into the market, we will be selling it off and coming it back happily. And if it is goods like cereals, legumes, at least even if comes back, it has some period of shelf life. But the perishable items are really very worrisome for the farmers, that if they go, it is not sold, then what to do with that. So now in e-commerce, and it gives them opportunity to our women, to our farmers, to our entrepreneurs also, to first they fix the buyer, and once the buyer is fixed, then supply the thing. So it is now it's not a forward, it's not a backward. First fix everything, and then send the goods to the desired place. So it saves also a lot of it becomes hassle free, and it becomes a lot of convenience to the entrepreneurs, that they can easily sell their goods. And we have that's why we have a lot of agri startups coming up nowadays. So our government is also promoting lot of agri startups, because they talk of the skill India, and they are talking about digital agriculture, green agriculture, and a lot of startups are coming out, and women are also being encouraged, motivated to come out with a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities in agriculture, so that they are not just limited with meager production, and then where to sell, how to sell, and what to do with the surplus, or if not sold at the right time, how to manage the loss that they will have to incur. So startup is one way where we can make utilization of the produce by way of adding value to it through processing. So here we have the opportunities for women in digital agriculture, where how the women entrepreneurs, because we are talking about women entrepreneurship. So women entrepreneurship in digital agriculture has two connotations. Firstly, that the women who are an entrepreneur and engaged in agri startups, who are into agri and allied, how they can make use of the digital technologies, digital agriculture features to promote and upscale their business, upscale their enterprise. Second interpretation is that the women, those who are having the knowledge of IT, ICTs, internet, and those who are educated, those who have some scientific orientation, they can enter into embrace this digital agriculture as one of their entrepreneurship itself, where they are not producing anything, they are not processing any agricultural produce, but they are making use of these digital features what is available to them, and processing these informations, and giving advisory consultancy services to other farmers, other entrepreneurs. So women can be women entrepreneurs in agriculture sector exclusively, or they can also make digital agriculture as their profession or as their entrepreneurship, where they are making use of the data analysis, e-commerce, agribusiness, and all these sustainable practices, technology development, all these things. They are processing these informations, they are and making it available to the women farmers, women entrepreneurs, and other farmers and entrepreneurs in general also. So this is another opportunity for the women in digital agriculture. So here we see that what are the constraints of that the digital agriculture has for our women entrepreneurs or women farmers. Firstly is access to resources. We all know that in agriculture, access to resources, control over resources like land, credit facilities, extension services, technology, exposure to the latest know-how. So these are some of the major constraints that the women farmers or our women agri startups or entrepreneurs has to face, and this is one of the constraint that limits the usage of digital agriculture or digital technologies for our farmers or our entrepreneurs to upscale their production or their enterprise. Funding is another major constraint, because as we have mentioned that most of the startup, when we are talking of women entrepreneurship, they are definitely they need lot of investment for that, even though they start at a low scale also, but still that require a considerable amount of investment, and that our poor women farmers, poor rural entrepreneurs cannot afford to invest initially, for which definitely they need some support through credit, through finance. So because the land is not in their name, they are, and even the household assets and properties are also not in their name, so they don't have any collaterals, any security to deposit and take the loan against. So funding becomes a major constraint for the women entrepreneurs. We want our women farmers to transform into entrepreneurs, so definitely they need credit support from the financial institutions that will encourage and promote their small or micro enterprises. So this needs to be addressed, and although there are a good number of schemes, like to name Mudra scheme of the government of India offers women entrepreneurs loan collateral free, even if they don't have any collaterals to take loan against, still they are eligible to take a loan under this Mudra scheme. So but still there is a stark difference between the policies that are in place and things that are there at the grassroots level. So when we talk practically, yes, a lot of constraints are there, funding constraints are there for the women entrepreneurs, and the other constraint is their education and training. As we all are aware that the literacy rate of women in general, if we compare it with men, is still low. The literacy level of men and women are still not at par. There is a good difference between the level, whether it is rural or it is urban, because of this low level of literacy, poor knowledge and exposure to different latest know-how, and even the trainings. As I mentioned, that if we organize training programs, we hardly see women in the training programs. Whether we conduct training programs at our institute manage, or if the officers they conduct training programs at the village level, we see poor participation of women because of the triple burden role that they have to take care of the household things, family, or on farm activities. So they don't find time to update their knowledge and skill, because we know that as with the changing time, everybody needs to update their knowledge and skill periodically. If we don't update our knowledge and skill, we can no longer walk along with the current trend of the society or the world. So our women are not participating, and they are not, because of poor knowledge and education, they feel hesitant to go for these type of advanced training. Because now when we are talking about drone, artificial intelligence, precision farming, our women farmers are still not aware of the many of the women-friendly equipments, agricultural tools and equipments that are available for their use. So it is a long way, that is a long way for the women to make use or harness the benefits of the digital agriculture, but we have to constantly, regularly make efforts so that any small or big efforts will definitely have some impact on them, and it will lead to some um, um, utility, some benefits to our women farmers. Stereotypes and cultural barriers is also very important significant constant for the women farmers, because when we talk in gender, we have a lot of gender stereotypes. What men are supposed to do, what women are supposed to do. If you see a woman driving a tractor, it becomes a news. The news, it will be covered in the news media, it will be printed in the print media about that as a success story, as a inspirational story, because these are not normal for a woman to drive a tractor or to operate a drone. We have not seen any women farmers, or maybe very few here and there, that has not been accounted also, that they are using the drones. They are a part of these the lot of apps are there, mobile based apps are there, that these mobile based apps offer lot of agricultural solutions to the common problems that are there related to nutrient and pest management, weather forecast, marketing of the produce. But women farmers, for them, having a smartphone itself becomes a biggest challenge. We had conducted a study on appraisement of digital and financial literacy of women farmers. That study we conducted in Uttar Pradesh in April, during March, April this year, to understand how much digital and literacy, financial literacy, women farmers or women FPO members or women entrepreneurs, agri starters, they have. And the result was not a surprise to us, because um, we are now making all digital payment. We are all doing digital payment, where everything is GPay, Phone Pay, Paytm. We are doing everything is, we are buying online. Everything we are, it is Amazon, Big Basket, on different things. Even for agriculture, also lot of such sites are there that supplies online raw materials, on seeds, different inputs. But women are not having control over their smartphone is the biggest challenge, even if they own. Firstly, still few, relatively, if we see that, because in gender we see both men and women. So if we see the relative possession of smartphone, women have very low percentage of women who are owning a smartphone, and even if they have, it will be mostly used by their family members, either the children for their study and other purpose, or other family members will be using, but women will not be having control to that smartphone. So if they don't have the basic digital appliance or a tool for digital agriculture, to make use of the digital agriculture, so first we need to ensure that every we can reach out to the women for how we can ensure that the women farmers own and operate a smartphone. Once they start owning and operating, then passing on these digital agriculture knowledge to our women farmers becomes very easy, through training, through sensitization, through awareness, through workshops, hands-on skills. It will definitely come. Just to mention here, this year International Year Women's Day, International Women's Day, that was on 8th of March. This year, the theme of International Women's Day itself was Digit All, where the theme was that digital tools, digital media should reach to women farmers to empower them. So Digit All was an theme for International Women's Day, and here at Manage we had organized a workshop for our women farmers, where we invited women farmers, but since this was on digital agriculture, to how they on digital literacy, so the condition was that the women who participate in this workshop should have a smartphone with them. So we shortlisted such women farmers who came with the smartphones, but when we asked them what are the different uses of the smartphone that you make. So it was all about making a call or just reading or sending some messages and all. WhatsApp, of course, some of them were well versed with WhatsApp, but related to the digital usage of a mobile phone, we could see only some 5-10 hands raised. Before the workshop, we wanted to see how much aware they were. So only some 5-6 hands were raised. So there were lot of digital mobile based digital apps are there. Mobile based apps are there for agile plantics and so many so they were not aware of. But in this one day workshop that we did, we asked the code scanner, how to generate a QR code, how to scan a barcode, how to that Plantics was there, even the Google Pay, Paytm, Phone Pay. So basic things we wanted to expose the women farmers to. And after that one day workshop, when we asked them that now how many things you know or you are confident of using it, we could see many hands raised. So if in few hours, if we can make small efforts, initiatives like this, so I believe that if we focus on these digital literacy, financial literacy, these are very important and relevant for our women entrepreneurs. If we want them to be financially independent and we want them to be digitally empowered, and these are very important. So the stereotypes and the cultural barriers that exist, that this is not technology. Whenever we say technology, it means that technology is for men. That is a stereotype. Women farmers don't participate in such a training program. There are technology drills, these are we don't they hesitate, they have lack of confidence, because of which they don't participate, thinking that they don't have that knowledge that they can be a part of such programs. So these are some of the uh, uh, cultural barriers and stereotypes for our entrepreneurs and women farmers in digital area. So the thing is that how do we overcome these challenges? Because we know that everything comes with challenges will be there, but there has to be some solutions on how we can overcome this. So mentorship program is one, that is what we say. Women needs a mentorship, constant guidance, counseling, so, some through programs. It can be a workshop, it can be a training program, it can be a hands-on skill. So any because regular mentor, something who can mentor the women farmers, women entrepreneurs, so that they keep themselves updated with the knowledge and the technologies. Just a second. So this mentorship program is one which is to be focused on. It So these mentorship programs are very important, very vital in overcoming the challenges of digital agriculture. Networking opportunity is one, because nowadays if we see that most of the digital platforms, they offer community to the participants, to the audience, so that together they can build their knowledge, they can share the knowledge, and they can um, um, build their capability, their knowledge, and they can come up. Networking opportunity is very important for our women farmers or women entrepreneurs also, where the women entrepreneurs come together. Because now if you see any online course, any online program that are coming up, they offer you a community where they add all such like-minded people who have been trained through them, and then they keep sharing their knowledge among each other and helping each other and growing along with each each other. So that community networking is very important for our women farmers, women entrepreneurs also, where they can, with whatever knowledge they have, they can share their knowledge, help each other. And since they will be all women, there will be no hesitation, there will be no shyness among them, because they know that they are all women and they are all almost of the same level. So they will be very happy to help each other with whatever knowledge they have. Another is the skill building workshops, which is very important. We need to organize frequent and continuous workshops, and it is not that a women or a farmer or entrepreneurs, if once they have attended the workshop, they should not attend it the second time. Continuously, regularly, they should attend, keep attending, so that practice makes a man perfect. So the more they attend such workshops, the more they practice, the more skilled they will become, the more confident they will become in the, and it will come into their usage also. Because of what skill, if we learn, we don't practice, it is just like we don't know the skill. So skill needs to be practiced, and such a continuous regular workshop will definitely give them an opportunity to practice and come up with harness and enhance their skill through these workshops. Supportive policies of our government is very important. Whatever the policies are digital agriculture, because if it is a precision agriculture, whether it is a drone application or it is mechanization, whatever it is, there should be specific provisions for women entrepreneurs, women farmers, and some women supportive policies are there, are required, which will benefit them. Say for example, if any scheme is that the scheme of the government is there that promotes precision farming or precision agriculture, so there should be a policy where whatever the beneficiaries are there, at least minimum 30% of the beneficiaries of that particular component for precision agriculture should be for women farmers, women entrepreneurs. So it should be cover them. So until unless certain mandatory provisions are not envisioned in the policies, things will not happen in the betterment of the women. They will be neglected, or they will be ignored, or nobody will bother to bring them and help and advise them to take benefit of these schemes. So we have a lot of such agri infrastructure fund of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, where they are helping, they are giving lot of loan facilities for coming out with a warehousing, infrastructure creation, warehousing facilities, go downs and all those things. But women, we want them to be women entrepreneurs, so they should take benefit of these so they should make benefit of these agri infrastructure fund for building up their entrepreneurship things, so that because they don't have proper storage facilities, they don't have their proper cold wear chain, they don't have a proper, so where these are some of the important agriculture value chain in the entrepreneurship journey, so they can make use of these things. So they have to be first enlightened on these aspects, that what are the different provisions of the supports of the schemes, programs of the government, and what are the special provisions for women farmers, women entrepreneurs, so that they can, is there to support them. And the organizations initiative is very important, whether it is a public organization, private organization, NGOs, national, international organizations. But we need, as an organization, we have to own responsibility, accountability to support and help and mentor our women farmers, entrepreneurs, so that they overcome this biggest challenge, that digital agriculture or digital technology is not meant for them, or they don't have that required skill to make use of it. So here in the different entrepreneurial opportunities that are available for the women entrepreneurs are that they can have agri startups, they can go for online marketplaces, so where they can have their own website, they can create a online platform for them where they, through which they can directly sell the raw materials, or they can produce that final produce that is for the consumers. So that is, and also they can go for the innovative farming. Innovative, that is like now we have in the previous session it was all about hydroponics. So the speaker was talking about hydroponics. Hydroponics is also one of the innovative ways of farming. We have hydroponics, we have aquaponics, we have multi-layer farming. Lot many such innovative farmings are there, which is available. So they can enter into these type of entrepreneurial activities, or have their own startups that will develop start farming solutions. Agri technology startups are there, startups that will offer farming solutions, digital farming solutions, smart solutions to the problems of the farmers. So like we have lot many such consultancy services, agri clinic, agri business centers are there. Like Manage is also implementing one of the schemes of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, that is agri clinic and agri business. So this is one where we are giving 45 days of residential training to the agri graduates, and before the completion of the program they are submitting the proposal, and then getting the support of the lead bank and NABARD, they are starting their agri ventures. So these type of it can be a product or it can be a service. So likewise here in digital world also they can make use of this a lot of data analytics is also one opportunity. Through data analytics they can analyze, they can pull the data, analyze the data, and based on that data come out with the interpretation, and based on that data driven analysis results or outcomes, they can offer solutions to the farmers what they should do and how they should do. E-commerce platform is where they are directly connecting the farmers to the consumers. Recently we had one Krishi Chanakya lecture series is that one important lecture series that Manage organizes, and this time when we had organized it was on digital agriculture. And the speaker Miss Pragati, she was working with Mirchi market. So Mirchi market, what is that Mirchi market? It is just app. And in that app, what they are just connecting the buyers and the sellers. So they are asking the buyers and the sellers to register there and put up whatever things they have to buy or to sell. So it is nothing, they are not selling anything, but they are just bringing the buyers and the sellers together, and it is a big successful story for them. That Mirchi market app is a very user friendly, and lot many farmers including the women entrepreneurs have benefited from this app itself. So if you create one such app where you provide a virtual platform to the buyers and the sellers to come and interact with them, that is an e-commerce platform connecting both the ends together. It can be an entrepreneurship opportunity for our women entrepreneurs, and also technology driven supply chain solutions that can optimize the distribution. Like in this agri infrastructure fund that I was mentioning, they have a app also. In that app also, that will tell you that in the range of that area, where are the cold storage facilities, where are the warehousing facilities, where are the custom hiring centers, where are these, so that firstly those who are in need of these services, they can directly go and contact them by knowing the location. GPS, our maps tell us everything nowadays, so they can locate these warehousing facilities and infrastructure facilities in and around their jurisdiction. And secondly, if any new entrepreneurs want to create another such warehousing facilities or custom hiring centers. So they will analyze that if it is there already, this facility is available in this place, so they will open at a distance which is considerably far, so that it does not compete with the existing infrastructure. So they can either make use of the existing facilities by locating where are those facilities available, or accordingly they can start or establish another such facilities at a place far, at a distance where they don't compete with each other. So this is the benefits of this thing. So here, when we talk about the traditional gender roles, that women often limit women's access to resources and decision making. So we also know that land ownership, I have already mentioned that it is one of the biggest challenge, that due to the legal constraint, cultural constraints, women are it's a challenge for them. It is limiting women's role and access to make use of the digital agriculture, and credit and financial services are also one of such that impacts their ability to scale up their business. So challenges and constraints in the digital market is firstly digital literacy gap that I've already mentioned, that yeah, they are not able to make the payments through GPay or PhonePe or Paytm. Digital literacy is a big challenge for them. So we need to focus more on the digital literacy, how we can build the make our women farmers and entrepreneurs digitally literate. They may be literate, but they may not be digitally literate. Literacy is one and digital literacy is a totally different thing. So in order that they make use of this, we have to organize lot of programs where we can talk about them, about digital marketing. We have lot many such like Amazon is there, Big Basket is there, lot many such platforms are there. We have eNam platform is there, Mahila eHeart is there, lot many such digital marketing platforms are there. So apps are there to provide them the solution. So they should be, and lack of access to smartphones is one thing which I have already mentioned, that this is one of the biggest challenge that restricts women's entry into digital marketing or digital agriculture. Because when we talk of digital agriculture, digital marketing is very important component of it, even if though they are making use of it for getting the solutions to the problems that the crops or the other things are facing. But if they don't use it for marketing their produce, now people are using LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all places. They have explored all the commonly widely used digital platforms, social medias, for building brand for their products, and how to label and package it attractively, that it attracts. So these are all part of the digital literacy, and these are all the things that they can do using the smartphones, creating all these and making use of this. So these will enable the women entrepreneurs to really grow their business and build a brand for their product. So here the scope and opportunities are there, that is either the precision agriculture using data analytics is one, developing AI driven farming solutions. Now we know that how artificial intelligence has penetrated, and it is penetrating so fast that now even the human resources are coming at a risk, that whether it is going to replace the human resources or the manpower is a question that is being debated all over. So but artificial intelligence driven farming solution, it can also be one solution. And agri consulting and digital marketing, providing them the digital, because women farmers, even if they don't do it on their own, they should be able to contact such women entrepreneurs who create such digital marketing services, and then as a ready-made package, a ready-made program can offer to the women entrepreneurs, so that they can take these services from them and use it for the growth and expansion of their enterprises. I have put here some case studies of such women entrepreneurs who have made use of the digital world. I have not kept the detail, but of course, if you are interested, you can Google and search more on these. Like we have one Sapna Anup Kumar, who is the founder of Leaf. It is an agri-tech startup that provides real-time monitoring and management solutions for agriculture, and it also utilizes the Internet of Things devices to measure soil moisture, temperature, and other vital parameters, and it helps farmers optimize their irrigation, reduce water wastage, and enhance crop yields. So you can see how a women entrepreneur is not herself producing something, but is making or enabling the digital agriculture available for the use for other farmers. We have another such story of Sarika Gupta, who is the founder of Tathastu Kisan, and she is also having a agri startup that empowers farmers with technology-driven solutions and offers them a platform with a range of services, including crop advisory, market information, and weather forecast, and enhances the farmers' decision making and overall agricultural outcomes. Another such success story is from Richa, who is the founder of Gaia Smart Cities, and her company focuses on smart and sustainable farming practices, and their solutions include precision agriculture, remote monitoring, data analytics to help farmers make informed decisions. Her venture showcases the potential of digital technologies in modernizing Indian agriculture. Similar story we have from Deep Putela, who is the founder of Kisan Ekta, and this platform connects farmers with buyers and provides information about their market prices and trends, and they help to eliminate the middlemen and empower farmers to make better choice about their selling produce. Sorry, there's some problem in this slide. So another is a startup that is who is the co-founder of Atmayat, and this startup aims to make our farming smarter and more efficient through technology. And this Atmayat's platform offers them solution like artificial intelligence based disease detection in crops, predictive yield analysis, weather forecasting, and also focus on empowering farmers with data driven insights to optimize their agricultural practices and increase their productivity. Seema Patel, who is the founder of Krishi Network, also uses the technology to connect farmers with experts, peers, and relevant resources. And this platform facilitates real-time discussions on crop management, pest control, and market trends. By leveraging the technology, she is empowering the farmers to make informed decisions and adopt best practices. Another founder, that is Priya Chaurasia, who is the founder of AgroWave. She has integrated IoT and data analytics for smart agriculture, and her startup offers solution that includes soil monitoring, weather forecasting, crop disease detection, and startup aids farmers in optimizing resource usage and increasing yields while minimizing environmental impact. We have some another story similarly of who is the founder of eFresh India, who is using these platforms, and eFarm Ventures. So these are some of the women who has explored the digital world, who have explored the digital world and infused it with agriculture to offer solutions to our women, to the farmers community. Not the only women farmers. There are these are the ones who have sound knowledge of science, technology, ICTs, IT, and they have made use of this, and they have built first enabled themselves, equipped themselves into these knowledge and skill, and then have is now using it for providing services to the farmers. So if we want to empower our women entrepreneurs and farmers in digital agriculture, we need to educate and train them and enhance their digital literacy is what I can conclude. So the conclusion is that education training to enhance their digital literacy, women focused entrepreneurship support network is very important, and mentorship is very important. And of course, policies do play a very important role in bringing suitable women-friendly policies and reforms into place by addressing their issues, their challenges, and enhancing their access to the digital world. So this is all about from my side. So this digital agriculture itself is growing. It is in the growing stage. Digital technology in agriculture, and women are, I feel, far behind in this. So it is the duty of all of us that we, whenever we do training programs or any such activities, we should think of women also specifically, that if they are not coming up in a common program, let us do a exclusive dedicated program. Not happen only on International Year Women's Day or Mahila Kisan Divas that is going to come up on 15th October. So not on some specific days, but it has to be a continuous regular activity for our women farmers, giving them knowledge, giving them technology, keeping them updated with a package of is one way, important way. But if we want them to emerge as entrepreneurs, the digital and financial literacy is very important, where they are able to manage and handle the all financial decisions also on their own. And along with this, we need to build their leadership quality, also leadership and managerial ability also. So these all together can definitely make our women farmers, women entrepreneurs a successful and a role model for the community and for the society in general. So it's all from my end now. I would be happy to take any questions from the audience now.
Thank you, ma'am, for this enlightening session. Our participants would be informed about this, would have been highly informed about from your lecture. So thank you for this session. And we are highly elated to see you in this session.
Do we have any questions in the chat box?
No, ma'am, there are no questions in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Okay, so so there are no questions from the audience. So maybe the audience are tired and ready to.
Ma'am, might be possible this is the last session, so they might be exhausted.
I understand.
So thank you, ma'am. If there are any questions from our participants, we will simply direct them to you through WhatsApp or via email. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Just Agriculture, for giving this opportunity to me to interact with the participants and share my thoughts on this topic. Thank you so much, all of you, for patiently listening to the session also.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is all for today's session. And this is the last. This was the last session for today's evening. So we'll see you again tomorrow. So stay connected, all the participants, and